You're close. All right. It's like me. Just.
All right, Carol, you all set? Consideration of meeting in April, the Board of Business, beyond black. Personal reasons.
So I'll make a motion that we appoint Joe as the alternate, full-time in our place.
I second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah, at the end of that meeting, microphones. Somebody put that out. So go to line 637. 637. After that point, that's just the agenda item that was left that hadn't been discussed yet, and that's regarding, gonna review the Penny Base Camp revised draft letter that we were gonna send. I believe the, decision at that meeting was that we had either just, I believe, just received an application for that same parcel of property, and we were just gonna put that on hold and see what the new application. I think there was some discussion back and forth about what we should do, but I think that was the final decision. And it's the final decision that really matters. If anyone else's memory is different, then let's figure it out. But other than that, I would say just say that we table the item to a new application on that same parcel of land. Oh, that's what it was. That's why. So it wasn't like. Okay. I think that could be a little. Anyone disagree? Then. So we get rid of everything else. Having 637 and just summarize that base camp letter. That's the only thing I had. remember the time, but. Where did it take long?
Well, the flag is here, but it's the flag of that. So whether that he wasn't part of it, he wasn't part of it. Or the
Who are you talking about?
force, the force,
Traffic.
right. It does say open, you know,
Right, well, no one's eating in your flag. That was said because, yeah. That-
is this the one where? On the vote. The,
Yes, but then he corrected it in the April 4th. Is that correct, Carol? Yeah. It's not as much as.
letters that the bank was concerned about the it being in calculation.
That's the next. That's what I think too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure that out. I didn't know whether it was part of what we were talking about. Or did you pick that up?
We would be.
All right,
We did the planning.
I'll make sure that, yeah. Get in there what. I mean, yeah,
Remember.
the 10th, okay. We don't have a schedule. So we have any date. We can wait for the last meeting. That's why we can get the these for long. Big time, small. I just want to make sure that Frank or whoever was talking about that, if you're question about whether the
Right, when it's talking about.
law on it. No,
Maybe. Somebody. We accepted 24 minutes at the last meeting. For the 80 minutes. Right. Right. I think after release.
on the agenda, I have. So there's a consideration of convening.
Right, this is underneath corrected. That was, so we could discuss Frank's letter. That, you know, have you? Have you? Well, no, we have last. We approved them last meeting. There's some change.
I thought when I'm looking at the agenda, it makes one say.
Right.
April 24th on.
Oh, which was the. But we can vote on the 10th. The motion to accept April 10th meeting. Somebody vote for the second. Do you have any comments on that? You can say aye.
Alright.
We got the bid.
Meeting. Everything will be. By the meeting, vacating. What do we put the debate? Yeah, on 1209. We just talked about that whole area. It basically said. Understand from the recording what was being said, replace that with. Applicant engineering geologist. Was over, is that correct? Was over. To explain the current setup and operation of PRVs and type records. One simple sentence. Okay, we don't. Was over, explain the type of record. Engineer, applicant engineering geologist was over. Explain the current setup and operation of PRV and high pressure boat. And then go to 252 at the bottom of that page. And just front all of number 18. Take out that second sentence.
And on 4.5. Further. The conclusion about what it pertains to. For the fishing, for the board collector. Not with the person. Right. Or it's like about the issue, or all the issues. Conditions are. For you. What conditions? For you.
Seven. Period. Planning. That.
But they are within jurisdiction. Conditions. Right here it says.
That if that's a condition of the land use permit that it's selected issue. It's not a condition of the subdivision for the planning board.
Saying that the permit itself,
Has conditions. Sometimes.
those conditions, those permits are usually set by.
Well,
As part of site plan review.
it didn't say from subdivision. Well, they don't meet requirements of subdivision. It's in fact. Right, but once they meet subdivision requirements, they're gonna build something on it. They get a land use permit, but they, it's related to the building that's going on. That lot is in subdivided. And we don't have any setbacks.
That's the way it is. Um, 440, 450. Just here. That's what you said, or the-
I mean, we're talking about how the water system in the town works. It's not crucial to any decision, I think it's not crucial to any decision that is being made there.
you just take those letters.
It- once
It's
they-
probably all the travel.
Yes, so. Further explain the operating of the water system, or is it- 458 is U.S. Robertson Code of Length of the townspeople water storage tanks, how the water storage tanks work, period.
That would work. No. I thought
Cross
so.
out all 55. This is what you. So 55 just cross out. 58,
51, it says, audio very travel, talking about.
so is period.
Hang on. 440.
Just cross that out.
Cross that off. Okay.
Anything else? Make note of the check those amended.
Hang on. What did you decide about? Did we decide something on the? Like manifestation, but it doesn't say, it just says. That'd be done in 6 seconds. Leave it that much, where. Said you would sign it. It says the day that we've already done it.
Yeah, now they were from the very. Line 73.
So.
It's the beginning of the seven of the race.
I mean,
That'll be something.
sign it.
38. Anyone else have any questions, comments? Okay. May 8, 2024 meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi,
Any? People. What's the grade that whether or not. They- Five minutes. Typically, all of, I marked the previous meeting. Can't even put the bottom of it, all the way down. Very bottom of the peak. Where the drainage structure is in that block that also has Gremlins, that a lot consisted of that four uncontiguous. Keep the plants surrounding the. And that the drainage structure is in it. Definitely that we brought up. Even. But that the structure.
Talk about all, talk about all these things. Right, he was talking about whether or not schedules and town regulations, but whether it should be included. But look at it, negotiate, there's a lot of things. That's a lot of the time. We can do.
It's 3 options, one is. They don't leave it alone.
You did that.
It's the backstory, but that's technically how. One is to leave the minutes of the job, but add a note, and add a note. Recognizing that that letter. Was received, and as the purpose of actually met, and it's based on. Our recollection of how.
Well, if we can listen, we go, whoever prepares it, we just listen to what we said in the. Right way to listen. Do it as. Then you have what's that. It was at the end.
And then one letter. The states. Oh, the time stamp started out, and the time stamp it ended. Okay. That's to those reconsider the meeting, the intention of that, whatever.
I,
This one, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna step line.
Aye.
I have to excuse myself, because I don't. Both these men on the back side. Okay, no. Just wanna make sure they. Yep.
Talking to my, because otherwise the reporter can't. Operating if they're on this property.
Am I supposed to say something now? Hi, my name's Paul Biankowski and this is Yelena. We are just requesting a conceptual review for a piece of property that Yelena has that's currently landlocked. We have plans that Mike Donahue did years ago. I don't know if you want to see them. We're kind of at a loss. I don't really know what to do. I've never been here before.
This is, That's pretty close, I think.
I'm good, Paul.
Yeah, we had.
One thing in the map. Because they're on there. Okay,
So I'm here kind of helping out Yelena.
on the map. So, Mike, what you wanna do?
Okay, so I'm here helping out Yelena and Laura. And they have a couple of restaurants in town. They have Jimmy C's and the Moose on the Run. And they'd like to build a small house on that half acre or 0.46 piece of land for employee housing. So we're asking you guys what we could do considering it's landlocked. We've talked about an easement coming down the driveway. We've talked about incorporating it as one piece of big land. I don't know if you can have two structures on that when you incorporate it. So we're looking to you for guidance. Yes, that's the house that they live in.
The reason not to make it all one lot?
Is there what, Paul?
The reason not to make it all one lot?
Can you have two houses on one lot? I guess that would be it.
Well, it's more than that, we gotta have a. Has to be attached to the yard. And to,
Not to get next to it. They changed it, you don't have to check the list.
accessory dwelling has to be secondary to the primary purpose, which is to the garage
One lot.
or a barn or something like that.
We just allowed them over here. Wow. 4,000. We have to by law at some. Areas of.
Secondary apartment.
Was it 18? Is inseparable from the primary property. Accessory apartment, 1,000 square feet. Also, the environment. Square feet. And it has to be in the building, in the main building, attached to the main building, or part of the. What is it, garage or shed or something.
That's not gonna work.
Then. Individual lot line,
Boundaries of look.
Yeah.
I have to do that.
Or an easement. Easement as a driveway?
State law, we're dealing with. We just. Kind of. Access has to be over. Next to the. Well, even if it's just- Frontage on the street. Frontage on the street, you know, access to all of that. Like, hey, you sliver off 31, then you have.
I just said you need a piece of road. Keep that, the smaller lot,
And built the driveway
build a driveway on,
that street section.
that would probably be. the best.
Okay,
It'll be-
Give an easement through the other property.
No.
No,
What happened is,
that's the deeded road.
they lost their. If they're doing right away, town can give them a right away, somebody else's property. Don't do that. That's state law.
Basically, just went through all this.
I know. I'm good too.
I think that might be the easiest way to do it. Deed, so the deed a piece of property that would allow you to build a road down specs, which is, how wide is that? You have to look down ordinance to town ordinance, I don't know how wide the road is.
Well. Can I check something? It's gonna be a full-size wide road. You only access it two about one. You never have a full-size town road, you only set the, that's one piece of property.
Well,
According to
Jason,
the
it had to be town specs.
Town specs, let's bridge it for a fair driveway. If this could be. As opposed to town road,
The town has to. You
the
know,
state has it. Look into the state, that's one of the attorney.
Section which they could say that but I need for lot line adjustment. To give frontage, the back lot on the road. And whatever the specs and minimum requirements are. Access that lot. Get up all of it and have to go over that slip of land.
could that be considered a shared driveway?
If you can't have more than three houses share driveway, not the state, town ordinance. Can't have two. That's a town ordinance right there.
In my opinion, yes, you have a shared driveway. I have one, I have a property design. The lot line was basically down the middle of the driveway. So this owner had owned frontage, this owner, they owned frontage, and the road down the middle. With access to both and only went in. Carling. And look like that. Each driver was on one piece of land. And that meant it's on state road, at state standards, that's what the town, because still both had frontage. And our access was open.
So is that something that Steve Tower could handle for us? don't unless it's on that plan that I gave you. Oh,
You bought the hill house, the water line's been 10 feet of it. You want to put a catcher fountain on it back in 1994. You couldn't, but you get fish from ZBA, you put it on the other side of the water line. You know, it's up there a lot.
And then what already existing land, we can't create, we can't, so this has been several lots, at least the 1960s.
GU, I think on the tax card, GU.
That Geo when it's by Cold Spring.
I'm sorry,
That Geo when it's by Cold Spring.
I'm just going by the tax card.
One of my deeds. I own all the other properties on the other side of them. I own all these right here. One down right here.
On the other side of the stream.
Beam into the boundary.
Right.
I own 50 lots. There's a lot of. Anybody let me find one more? I need to find one more. Find one more. Right there.
So, and the same way you talk, he does, well, in one wrong. That's any of the wrong, and he will not pay. Third, the single family detached allowed and. Everywhere except for.
So you can put a single family on 38 too. But it has to be, but it has to be frontage. Okay. It's access.
The access.
And if you if someone look at it.
That part. You look forward to the road.
It's really allow easy to water.
There is another process too. You go to the town, the town rejects you. You go to the state rejects you, and then go to Superior Court. One of the three will give you the right of way to the property.
So that would mean we would need 10 feet from the edge of the house to even start a sliver if we could deed it off. Is that correct? Okay, I'm trying to think how far, if like, there's not a lot of space between the building and the 39 lot line. No, 38-1 to 39. So it's very tight. So I'm just trying to ask if it has to be 10 feet away from the existing house on 38-1 before you can even start the sliver for the driveway, whatever we want to call it. Yes. Because that's a garage. That's the garage is on the far right, which would be closest to 39.
That driveway. Access to 38 foot. And then just create. Smaller one. Huh?
You have shared driveways on the each home.
Right. There's plenty of room on the frontage, I believe. It's just how close can we go to the house for the sliver if we're going to deed it off? Can we go up to within 10 feet of it?
Part of the right, part of the. setback.
Oh. So we should have plenty of room.
On a one that has to be 38 children, we have to be 38 one.
And-
One line right down the middle.
And-
Share.
That's easy. Yep.
I ask a question? Yeah.
It's A203.
Why do they have to have the one piece of property to the road? Yeah, I get other property, family does.
Yep.
That's not the state, we have the right of to somebody else, we can attach the road, we have the right to get in and out of it. It's recorded as such in there. In county down south there. The cousins and the family own about have 80 acres down in Andover.
That was a problem. Years ago, I don't know.
They bought it 30 years ago. I'm just not trying to, I'm not trying to argue, just trying to find it easier for them to resolve it.
I think that be the.
Do we ask Jason sometime? Yeah. Yeah, I
I
mean,
think. Conceptual. They can take it and talk to the surveyor and. I'll get a legal opinion or whatever, but funding it meets. Requirements of that state law about funding.
Okay.
I think that's the biggest hire for that, once we get access to that, yeah, they can set back, so that weapons on.
No. Yep. Yeah, I think town council said it's not a qualified stream. In the back. Oh,
that river is- not in floodplain. Not in floodplain.
right.
There's a little bit of wetland behind it, the bank drops off and then fill. Back to 58 and then. The back, put in the shoreline and they use all that land back to fill.
Modify. Well, will not be accomplished with proposed and regulation. Allow that. That's it. Being able to modify and waive, get waivers. The applicant can demonstrate. The multiple accesses. What I would think of the way. Based on our driveway regulations.
We are interpreting. Well, I guess what you interpret, as you said, I mean, that's what I've been interpreting right along.
Driveway regulations. All regulations. Probably.
We have this whole discussion. Another project. But I understand this is. This is an existing law.
That's one.
I think online adjustment and shit, right? I mean, is your intent, would it be your intent, you can do anything you want, your intent is to have one driveway going in and serving both property. The existing location.
Absolutely. Because the left-hand side that feeds the house, all we'd be doing is taking a piece off that right-hand side and going straight to the back.
They show that they need two driveways, would say, they don't want two driveways. They don't want, so many, one house there, the other. Property.
That's a building of one primary access to the same parcel. 38 1. Primary access to the parcel, then you're gonna do the access 38 1, 38 2. Then it would be once you do multiple access, it's gonna be that.
There's a lot. More for that. So once you put the same driveway, just extend it down and down.
That makes more sense.
According to what these tenants have, they need to have.
So you make the lot line adjustment out. Middle of that driveway, whatever it is.
438 2. 438 2.
Right, so 38 two owns half the driveway, 31 owns the other half. They share driveway, they both have something that each state law. It's in the simple way to do it.
Do that.
If you think that's the easiest way to do it.
What are we gonna do about the setbacks?
Shouldn't change it.
It would still need to be what, 10 feet?
Side.
So the part of the driveway that block line needs. Well, at least 10 feet away from the house. Stay with 38 lot. From the 10 feet mark, end of
What do they
the
do?
property line is.
All right.
Part of 38.
Show that house.
Does that make sense?
Actually, April.
It's more than 10 feet. Okay, so 10 feet stays with 38.1, 8 goes to 38.2.
If that doesn't work, it's like the EVA getting a variance. For the setback.
You're right, that would make sense to do it that way.
Someone between tax, someone understand. Decades.
But that driveway even goes past where the house is now, right?
That's,
Being thrown away out of the state, they're gonna have to go to the lot. We find a way to get to the lot.
White House, long to say that.
No guarantee that the selling will be. So, like, if you- Okay, so, city college. That is not the same.
Another question. Like, you wanna make, you're gonna make this in like a duplex, or you're gonna make it like a single family?
We're talking about it.
Okay, just curious. You get 40,000 square. You get over 20,000 square feet, which I believe is allowable for duplex, right? I mean, like, you can make two apartments that sit on the same building, doing that way. I'm not trying to say one way or the other, except you decide whatever you want to do with your property.
That would help.
Give you an extra apartment. Or something to that effect, that it can. 20,000 and 40 feet. They already have over, they have about 21,000 right now.
Yeah, you can take off the back, or you want what you did. What's the goal?
Duplex, but you might just want to put a. Like a 2-unit building in. Supposed to have a duplex. Duplex is a different type of ownership. 2 apartments, you don't own one. Okay,
You said general residential.
you can talk to the surveyor. The boundary pins on the back side of it. The pins are still on the right along the river, the shut and brook, and sure all the boundary pins are. They're still intact when they were surveyed.
You have to think about anything. About lot certain things.
Well, when you do this, you gotta know, you gotta notify them.
We're gonna have to have a public hearing, all these files will be covered. So we put all of them down to 2. Said, I want to pay my. Oh, no.
Right. Meet the regulations.
Can't say no, but it's regulated. We just gotta make sure we have everything. Right. I mean, they might have some concerns and, we'll have to look at. Okay.
The body can make it, put the, Jim said, put the concern he wants in. In case any problems arise, we'll discuss it.
I mean, if this concern can be mitigated. I don't want to talk to him prior, like, for example, if you want a fence on that line or something. That might place him to be happier. Plantings, something like that, screening. They might talk to him in advance, I would think, just to see. Hey, what we've been doing this. I think we can do, make you happier about it, gotta meet the requirements, but. Set that conversation.
Thank you very much for your help.
Like I said, if you wanna look at the bounty pins in back, I can take a walk and show you where the bounty pins are. It's all intact. The bounty pins right here.
Yep.
They're all intact. I know where they are. Yeah, I don't know if that helped or not, but. But they had the original plans of the house.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Create. Notice of public hearing, subdivision approval.
Jim, we often can't hear you. Same with Carol and OJ.
Can't hear you.
Batteries.
Subdivision itself. Make 28 new additional lots, modify 3 lots.
Down driveway. And for wide or whatever it is. No, that only comes into play. If you're supposed to be on site, we're Anything can look at, bonding or letter of credit regards to this project? You're on mute if you're talking, right? Ray, are you there?
I'm here, but I can't hear a word anybody's saying, just so you know. Is there a question?
Ray, I was wondering if you can hear me, if you've had a chance to take a look at bonding or letter of credit. Kirk Mountain was phase 6.
I think I heard was the question, have we looked at the performance bond for the Upper Crooked Mountain Road subdivision?
Yes.
No. We haven't gotten an estimate yet. We still need to get that. And we actually had a question. We just wanted to get verification that you actually did want a performance bond. It sounds like you do. And once again, I can't hear what's being said.
Have a battery, we have the batteries here. All of these are already, well, then you better send this thing back. Yeah, send them back. It don't work. So. Well, I need a little explanation as to what the difference is between a bond and and a letter of credit. So I mean, to be a bond is given to somebody that, like the town, and you, for example, if you take the bond up, you can't just hold the bond back. The town has hold on, but for a letter of credit, if something happened to you, if you were insolvent for some strange reason, the town, would they still then have the access to that credit, that money?
Different between letter of credit and bond. Bond is if you don't have the available funds, not really high up that fund. For example, if you lose after pay, by others, you're no longer in the custody. The letter of credit giving the company you lose. The difference in bond, paying for bond, basically like paying for bond, you have to make payments. If you have available cash, you're not. That's why you use it.
So if for some strange reason, something happened to some development or whatever your business is, that they should have the letter of credit. With that amount of money that you, whatever, was the final, that's still be available, or does that go away?
It's still available. Simplify it. The leader that I have. Three and a half. Make sure you're going through everything. You don't want to go through that step. You get this part of the credit. Vision is being small.
So each year, do you revisit
this like us, as you would the marina? Yeah,
You get notified. If it wasn't going to be done, just like a bond. For a bond, you're gonna have to renew this. It was, it's almost like an insurance policy. Okay, for
yeah,
bond, insurance, all that. You're getting it. You can bond once. You need to make sure, all right, it's all set, it's now notified, and it's what's going on.
the
That's
bank,
why letter is
yeah,
closed.
As long as it satisfies the requirement, that's all. I would say that letter was ready. Almost found that I've asked about that. It can't be used for anything else other than the other debts.
Correct. So that's where it's just. That's why you have to make it, that's why. I see on that. Okay. So. Because you spend money, but it's just that. I'm still making interest, but probably the interest is so low, you can't, the money market, I can't do what you want with it. It's sitting, because I know you don't have. It there. Making very little. I think money.
well. Thanks for that. I was wondering.
The lot that's in Florida, I don't know the number. Looks to, yeah. Is that, does that mean the 15,000 square foot minimum? It does, even with giving that whole.
This application already was complete. I just give it continuance, we're ready to be able to look every other design for. And where we're at, yeah. We're gonna be a lot quicker. We've accepted the application, it's completed this one. Yeah. So, where are we, making 65 days long?
Well, it's not a big part, we should know.
Remember what when the meeting was accepted at?
Meetings ago.
We still have that. We can continue, I mean, extend that. We can extend it.
There's a motion. Anyone else have any other questions on this? Oh, no, thank you. Go ahead.
There's been a question about the timeline of construction of units up above the.
That's-
We have a written, and I alluded to this, but I didn't have it in writing, I brought it tonight. We have a written agreement that's a, extension to the development agreement that, it, also it takes, consideration of the new tank being built. Without reading the whole, project, article of paragraph number 7. As the water pressure deposit, the high pressure zone, the future development on Crooked Mountain Road. So I'm talking about the new water tank and paper, all this stuff, but final sentences, additionally, future and additional development in the high pressure zone on and in the vicinity of the Crooked Mountain Road shall be permitted so long as the engineer certifies that the water pressure and volume is sufficient for such standard uses. So that agreement that we have between the town and the applicant, basically saying that as long as the engineers
Then-
say that sufficient for fire and domestic, we're out as planning board. Up to consideration.
What it is. Right, did you hear that?
But Ray, did you hear what I was just saying?
I'm sorry, OJ, I did not.
Okay, I was leaning back in my chair. All right. In the development agreement extension that we signed with South Peak a while ago. Related to the South Peak tank. The one sentence that I read was additionally, future and additional development in the high pressure zone on and in the vicinity of Crooked Mountain Road. Shall be permitted so long as an engineer certifies that the water pressure and volume is sufficient for such expanded uses.
And that was in a development agreement between the selectmen and.
Between the selectmen and South Peak, in relation to building that point, that they're allowed to build up there so long as there's sufficient. Pressure and volume.
So long as an engineer's certified,
Correct.
and the engineer would be. All right. Right? We should have something from an engineer stating that we'll meet that.
An engineer. I mean, Weston and Sampson is the one that has the model all in their
Okay.
computer. I mean, I.
We should attach that.
Right.
you
I'm
go.
doing it, I'm sharing Weston, but that's a certified engineer.
So we should attach that letter. States that the tank will provide that. Pressure so they can build up there, meet the requirements. Required to the, when we give it approval.
So if I could just interject here, just to, again, just that, just for information, the Weston and Sampson is currently doing a hydraulic analysis, and we got preliminary comments back late this afternoon on the Upper Crooked Mountain Road development. So they're doing a hydraulic analysis on that, so they'll issue a report which will confirm that, I trust it'll confirm that there's, upon the completion of the tank, there's going to be sufficient pressure on Upper Crooked Mountain Road. Because they're also designing the tank, right? So they would be the firm you would want to provide that certification, as you say. Does that help?
Yeah, condition of the approval. That's fine.
We had an email from Ray and I. That, you already addressed the performance bond question. Okay, you have a staff, email from, Ray and I and the staff about, you already addressed the designated where we for a performance bond. But now, we wanted to know about the planning board wish to set aside open space. And where's the planning board wish to apply usable space exclusions to the project, specifically drainage system. The drainage system is referenced in that same paragraph. It asks you to look to questions about it.
I think we'll let the last time we talked, I thought. It's. Yeah. Right. We have an open space now. That's
That's what it's only about.
for the total, for the total. area. And as far as the drainage calculations coming off of the total, but you told us that there wasn't anything that was on that property drainage wise that we would have to consider that. I believe it. No, it's still not fine. I believe that is correct. I'm just going by what the doctor said. Dan,
Yes, I believe that is correct. But we will verify that. It turns out we need to add a little more. That open space area would be like X square feet. But I'm not for that yet. Sure.
Ray, did you hear that?
No, I did not. Can you repeat that into a mic? I just really can't hear anybody unless you speak in, I don't know if you're not speaking into the mic or what the
Harry's
story.
not turned on, it's in red, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on.
No,
Yeah, it's better here.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So you can repeat that if that would be great.
We'll figure this out.
Yeah.
Jim, Chinese batteries.
Doing everything to make it fun. 1,000 square feet. You really don't want to foul on that. We're doing that right now. A lot of other reasons to get into not playing out when we got a full and how we got it in 2018. That as far as the drainage, whatnot, but it should be applicable to some on off a lot, although John's saying it's not. It's gonna be projects that you have it on smaller scale. And that's the nature of what.
Excuse me, if I was supposed to hear something, I didn't hear it. It was all garbled.
Wow.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. I'll try that. Yeah, can you hear this, Ray?
Now I can hear whoever's talking. I don't even know who's talking there.
We will talk as loud as we can, but make sure you can hear it.
Maybe fine. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Is there one microphone here that works?
Steve's microphone works.
Okay, that was me.
Can you hear? Yeah, I don't get that.
Maybe go sit in Steve's seat.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Ray, can you hear us? This is Mark talking.
Lights off and yours.
Yeah, I can definitely hear you. You don't have to shout. So yeah, so I can hear you.
No, that was actually quiet compared to before, so it's just a different mic.
Wow. You definitely got a better mic. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what I was mentioning a minute ago is that the 15,000 square foot lots, we're doing that to try to make sure we're working with the town and being cooperative, but there's going to be a lot of aspects to the South Peak master plan and projects that we're going to be discussing throughout the next several years that aren't going to meet that 15,000 square feet per unit, different items because of the nature of the project. The 15,000 square feet has to do with our total unit count on the 360 odd acres, and it nets out. That's why I think as far as the drainage goes, as John mentioned a minute ago, that we think it isn't part of the lots, but if there was some that spills onto those lots, we don't feel that that should affect this subdivision plan.
So is there a question in there?
No, more of a statement, just to kind of say that as we're doing things, we're trying to say that we're doing things to work with the town. I'm just trying to put it for the meeting minutes and whatnot that, you know, our master plan and the development agreement and whatnot does not necessarily, we don't feel that it necessarily requires a 15,000 square foot lot. We're doing everything to try to work well, but there's aspects of this that it's not like we're coming in with a raw piece of land that doesn't have a master plan subdivision.
Right. So on that particular point, I think it's just from the plan, I'll speak to the planning board here. I mean, I think the planning board has to decide if that's acceptable or not, because obviously your zoning ordinance says minimum 15,000 square feet. So I guess the question then is, does the master plan, in terms of the minimum square footage for lots, does the master plan trump your zoning ordinance, yes or no? That would be a question for the planning board.
If it didn't, the agreement wouldn't have any merit. We'd be coming here with a subdivision that would be just a piece of land to meet all new zoning requirements.
Well, I think that's something, that's a question, I think, Ray, for Jason Dennis and South Peak's attorney to hash out, and then, Jason can, right. Oh, no. Well, no.
So this is Derek Lick from Warren Reno, representing the developer, Mark. This is one where we haven't had a fight where, you know, we picked a hill to die on, but this is a hill we're going to die on. So I'm happy to talk with Jason Dennis about whether or not he agrees that the 15,000 square foot per lot threshold needs to be met or not. But if he doesn't, we will challenge that, because that was actually the very point of the cluster subdivision master plan approval. And the entire point of it was, how big do you have for a lot? Divide by 15,000. That's how many units you get. And we really do need to set some sort of precedent. We can't keep coming in every single time on every 10 lots we're going to subdivide in these phases and have the question come up over and over and over again. And now have the question be added to a complexity where they are saying now potentially the special exception rules as to what you consider in your 15,000 square feet applies to subdivisions. This is another hill that I will die on. I mean, I sit on a zoning board. I do this for a living. I have never had a town tell me that in a planning board context or a subdivision, we are going to apply special exception criteria that are administered by the zoning board. Does not make sense. Again, I just want to let you know where the rules are. That we have been desperately trying to cooperate and not raise issues. For example, on the street issue and the driveway issue, I can tell you my firm disagrees with Jason's view, but on that one, it's an easy fix. It's a lot here and there. We're letting it go because we do not want to have the challenge. But on the density and how you calculate it, we will challenge if the town is going to start taking the position that every lot has to be 15,000 square feet. And it's considering that you're now taking out drainage, et cetera, based on a special exception criteria, just so you know.
Signed lot, over
Talk into the mic. Thank you.
We're trying to design nice lots. We're just trying to make sure that it's clear that there is a master plan here. This isn't just a new subdivision. That there is aspects of this as a development that if there's some drainage that we think makes sense to be a little over line or what it is, it shouldn't be something that we're focusing on when it comes to these subdivisions with special exceptions. So I think we're looking for your feedback to give to Ray, is I believe what Ray's asking the question.
I mean, I think.
No, go ahead.
I think my interpretation is not the amount of units for this project is the amount of units, lots to be less. Already approved some of much less.
Then can I just throw in a question?
Yes.
All right. So we're doing raw math here. We take X number of acres and divide it by 15,000 square feet, and that's how we come up with 1,018.
And we deducted all the wetlands. So keep in mind that the 1,018
Is deducting the.
is deducting the wetlands. So it's not really, if you take 360 acres and divide it by 15,000 square feet, it's more than 1,018.
Correct. Okay,
But right.
where does because that's 1,018 residential units, whether it be a single family house or a condo or a hotel room or whatever, we just add them all up. Where does the restaurant come in, or the retail space, or the ski lodge, or where does that fit into 10,018 units, 1,018 units?
That's not part of the calculations on the density of residential units. So that was part of the master plan with all the accessory items and in what is part of that South Peak Village and the use. For example, what we're coming to you guys in another few minutes.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
so with those aspects of this project, what are the square footage requirements in your mind?
There isn't a square footage requirement according to our master plan.
Can I
There's
interject?
Square footage is different than the other restricted aspects, right? So square footage is unique looking at it. There's other aspects like sewer, water, other aspects that are going to, supersede things. If you have 100, like if in theory, in theory, if we had 100 restaurants of 2 seats apiece, or one restaurant with 200 seats. Do you follow what I'm saying there? That we understand that this is a project that, and we're going to be talking a lot about this kind of spills into the next project, that there's going to be a lot of additional like accessory uses, right? That we have tremendous amount of parking on this parcel, right? So when someone comes to ski, there's going to be a spot where they need to get lunch. Homeowners are parking, they can get dinner. There's all the aspects that would allow these other uses were always factored in and discussed from the very beginning and confirmed with the town.
I think you've got some other things to look at. I think that traffic is one. If you're looking at what this was, these are just questions that I would have. If you're looking at 1,018 units in the traffic that would generate, and then all of a sudden say, we're going to put 8 hotels on here, or whatever other amenities you might want to put on there, and that along with 1,018 units, I don't think that was ever considered during the traffic generation.
The hotels are included in that.
No.
On top of
No,
that,
no,
though, Paul,
I understand that. So what I'm also saying is that along with the 1,018 units, there was that basis of design,
that's right.
which was what I believe OJ talked about for many, many times. Said, look, this development is based on 1,018 units times X amount of rooms per unit times X amount of gallons per house. So when you get to that magical number, whatever that number is, then we have to renegotiate. You have to renegotiate with the Board of Selectmen. To me, it would make sense once that tank is in to reset that number and figure out what it is you're going to want to do. Because I don't know that the master plan is just a vision, but and that's why this is a plan phase development, because every phase has to come in for approval. So I mean, if the planning board has the ability at each and every phase to require any type of studies it wants to show how the effect of it could be on the town or the infrastructure.
So to answer that is, we have a master plan. In our master plan, there's a tremendous amount of information that's covered in that. What we did by going back several months ago, last year, spending 6 months stopping development to make sure we really had a clear understanding of that master plan. We made sure the planning board understood it. We talked through it. We then have a slideshow. It was voted and accepted by the planning board as well as the select board. Those items were talked about and discussed. So restaurants, clubs, retail, all those components are not at all changed, including traffic, parking, sewer, water. All that's addressed in the master plan. So we don't have to discuss that at each meeting for each subdivision, just as we have 3 more subdivisions coming to you in the next month or so. And we have 2 or 3 tonight. They're going to keep coming, but that's why it's in keeping with the master plan.
Do we
Right,
have,
but
do
just,
we have a master plan? 'Cause
Yes.
yeah, we did this. I think the subject that we're talking about right now, at least Derek's comments and my question, relates to the density, not traffic, not these other things.
I'm saying that
The premise that it's 15,000 square feet, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I just want to make sure that we're talking about more than just residential, because your master plan is more than just residential. So if we're going to come up with an agreement or a solution, it has to, the discussion has to include the commercial aspect of that. Now, hotels, rooms are included in that 1,018 units. Okay, so they're units. So they can't build 1,018 houses and then start building hotels. That's not there, but they can build one restaurant, two restaurants, a New South Peak Lodge. Those are the like the things that I just want to make sure if we're going to come to an agreement on 15,000 or not 15,000, those have to be part of the discussion. That's all I'm saying.
Doesn't change the unit count. So like in theory, if I made it a duplex, right? So if I make it a duplex, I could have no lot lines, right? So like what we're trying to say here is that the 1,018, if I put 2 houses on each of these lots, all of a sudden there's no more 15,000 square feet, right? So we're trying to work with you guys as a planning board. That's why we're doing all these things in front of you. So again, all these lots meet the 15,000 square feet. So
That's fine.
we're there, right? We're trying to make sure that we're making comments that, hey, we're doing things to work together. But that doesn't necessarily mean we have to with it. Like if we look through this and there's an exception that drainage for the road is a little over the line of the lot, and now it's 14,800, or like, if we don't want to start nitpicking these lots for items when we're just making those things happen in an effort to work together.
I mean, an example of what Mark's talking about is Fireside. It's a six acre parcel, right? 6 acre parcel with 40 units on it. Okay, 41. You do the math, that's not 15,000 square feet, but that's where that type of development is what generates more open space, right? Because the whole premise behind the 15,000 square feet, if you did all single family homes, you're going to use up, every square foot of acreage of the whole tract. When you start doing density like those condominiums, that's where you end up with more of that open space, because you don't have that 15,000 square feet per unit on a lot for like Fireside.
So are you saying that you could, in totality, when it's all developed, you could end up with more than 1,018 units?
No, that's why we're saying that we can't. So because of that, that's why we're saying this 15,000 doesn't apply, meaning we're working off that number. So if we were working off just pure every project separate, just like here on Main Street, one project has nothing to do with the next. One could have high density, one could have low, one could be single family. So if I go and wanted to add in one of our parcels that we own around town and put a road in and do single family homes, we have to meet all of today's standards for that. There's no master plan.
So let me ask you a question. If you were to put all sorts of condominiums on instead of houses, you would end up with 1,000 or hotel rooms. You would end up with 1,018 units and a much smaller footprint. What would you then do? What then happens?
And the rest of it's whatever it is, it's open space, right?
Right?
That's the beauty of this development, right? That's why this development is actually stricter. There's aspects of what we've done is we've put ourselves into a box, right? There's 1,018 units. By putting our restrictions out there, it's also allowed it so that we don't have to closely look at each item. So the purpose of that master plan is to say, okay, we know we're working off of this big picture. We're working off of this master plan. So we can't just say, oh, we're not sure how many units, we'll get back to you later on. We know it's only 1,018. We know that there's going to be a point in which we have to go back to the selectmen about more if we wanted more, or we don't need it. Right now, we're comfortable with what we have allocated and we're moving forward. So we're going to keep working off that master plan. If there's any changes or adjustments that need to be made along the lines, we have to come and do that through the proper process.
When I was asking if there was a master plan, I know that we all met and said, I know OJ listed out exactly what documents were supposed to be part of the master plan. Has that ever been produced? Has it ever been produced?
Not only produced, it was
Yes.
voted on. You guys
Yes.
acknowledged
You
it. We
accepted
then
it.
added slideshows.
I know we voted on, I know we all said, this is what pieces of paper are going to be included, but I've never been told that it was done yet.
is we need to meet, because I also had memory stick created. And then we made duplicates of the memory stick. So Derek has one. Then the question is, we just wanted to have lawyers, something in the front saying this is it. Which we haven't done. But meanwhile, you know, it's working with, you know, getting involved. Planning to do anything around. You're gonna have to go home, you're gonna have to put in your. Because paper copies are really.
That's fine.
And I can give you a suggestion is when there's questions to the master plan, I am very happy to have a team of experts that's very knowledgeable about it that I'm paying to be here to reference those questions. So that way they can go to the master plan and say, traffic, here's where it says it. We've confirmed it. We've discussed it. It's addressed. As we keep with the master plan, why we were willing and didn't question going back to you guys and diving into this is we felt the 6 months that we didn't push projects forward, pause with our projects and really talked about the master plan is in an effort to make these meetings much easier, saying we're all the same plan on this master plan now. Let's dive into this. In 4 years, if there's a change to the master plan, we have to come back. But right now, we are right on track with everything we discussed in that master plan a year ago or 6 months ago when that was,
Yeah, I didn't know what the status of it was.
we did all that work to make sure this would be hopefully a quicker, nicer meeting.
The red isn't lit up on yours, Carol. The red light right here is out. Did you push, is it green? It is.
A new battery.
So I guess to get back to the question that was asked of the board, the question is the 15,000 square feet, this subdivision has that there. If they're we're not looking to have Ray and our engineers dive into, is there any drainage that is road or whatnot that changes something? Where's the line? You know, what is that part of the 15,000 square feet? John's thought is that it's not included. I'm trying to document that, hey, we're doing this to
be perfectly honest with you, as a board member, I'm not sure that taking it out of the total amount is the right thing to do because it should be considered part of the development personally, the way I see it. So I don't see where it should penalize a developer to take that out.
Well,
That's my personal feeling about it because you want to have it there so because it benefits the development. So to penalize you and say that we should take it out of the overall calculation to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because then it makes, you're just fighting about something that you need to have there. That's a benefit for the environment. So
for everybody. So I guess that it sounds like everyone's saying that. I guess
but that's just me. I don't know about the rest.
Well, I think that Roy may tell you why he asked that question. I don't know if Ray can hear me.
I can, what's the question?
Okay, they're talking about the business, the last question. Which Derek Lick does object to. Does the planning board wish to apply usable space exclusions to the project, specifically drainage systems? And Paul was saying, well, why would I care about that? That's, helps the environment
It's a
and
benefit to the development.
it's a benefit. But I think that that you may have expressed concerns that then the homeowner is going to have a drainage system that benefits the entire development on his or her lot, which is an issue that we had with the Mansion Hill. So I don't know. You can comment, Ray. I don't really know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're asking. So I mean, so far, as far as the reviews that we've done on in South Peak, this issue really hasn't come per se. At least I don't recall that it has. But I can go back and check. But on the Mansion Hill project, we had a situation where we had 3 lots, and on one of the lots, there was half of the lot was taken up by a stormwater management practice that served all of the lots. So the question then becomes, is that usable space on the lot where the stormwater management practice is placed? So that's a question before the planning board, because again, that's in your ordinance in the exemption section. Whether that applies or not from a legal standpoint, that's up to the attorneys to figure out. But it's in there, and we're just bringing it to the table so the planning board can see it and review it and make a decision on it.
Jason gave us his opinion on this, right?
Yes, Jason, I don't speak for Jason, but my understanding from Jason is that drainage structures, drainage facilities are part of that exemption clause or exemption article, and they can apply to subdivisions. You can include that to take that out as usable space.
I thought and I don't have it right in front of me right now, but I thought he said that it was up to the planning board to decide whether or not they wanted to do that or not.
That is correct. And that was the same question I just posed to you.
Right.
The issue is, the question on the table is, do you want to apply it or don't you? And we're talking about, I assume we're talking about Upper Crooked Mountain Road, but maybe we're talking about a broader, master plan for South Peak. I'm not quite sure what we're talking about specifically, but I think you just need to make a decision. And that's why we pose those questions to you, because you have the quote unquote option to apply that condition if you so choose. It's the same thing as what you've been doing on wetlands. You have been applying the wetlands criteria in that exemption clause. You applied it on Mansion Hill. I believe you applied it on South Peak, but there's other elements to that clause. There's shoreland protection areas, there's floodplains, there's drainage structures, what we're talking about now, there's wetlands, there's waterways. So it's really, the way I understand it from Jason is that the planning board has broad authority to apply it or not. That's Jason confirmed that, but that's my understanding from Jason.
But Jason was also talking about the definition of a drainage system, what that actual definition is, because there's nothing that the DES has that for a definition of drainage systems.
That is correct. So in your ordinance, it makes cross-reference to essentially DES's definition of drainage structures. So there is no, as far as we can tell, there's no definition per se, but it's one of those things, you know it when you see it.
So Ray, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
For myself, why would we want, what's the harm in not including the drainage systems or including the drainage systems? What's the benefit as far as engineering goes or the use thereof of the property, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I think let's just use the cases we're familiar with. So in the case of Mansion Hill that I just explained, those 3 lots, on one of the lots, they're putting in a rain garden and they're putting in an infiltration chamber or an infiltration basin, literally 30 feet away from a down gradient home. So that particular situation, I would use that exemption to say, okay, so that there are several technical concerns that we have here, and so you can pull the trigger on that exemption to apply it in that case, because it gives you the option to say, all right, we don't like this situation, and therefore this is the part of the zoning ordinance that we can apply that addresses that situation. Again, under that broad authority that I understand that Jason says you have. So there are other situations where, you have a 15,000 square foot lot and they have a drainage system on the lot. You can look at that situation and say, you know what, this doesn't really have an impact in terms of the usability of the footprint of the lot. So in this particular case, maybe we don't want to apply that. So that's how I understand you've been applying that exemption clause, particularly as it relates to wetlands. Sometimes you apply it when you think it's an important thing to apply because of, community concerns around stormwater, whatever the issue might be.
So Mark, based on what Ray's saying, do you have any objections to the planning board being able, I guess if you were to put design a bigger stormwater system that was to take 4 or 5 lots, that would have to probably come out of the square footage requirements?
No.
The way we're talking, the way Ray's talking about it?
Ray's talking about Mansion Hill, though. It's an entirely different project.
I
So what I'm
understand
gonna
it, so
say
I'm trying to figure out where the
Yeah, so like
nuances
you're
here are.
talking apples and oranges.
No, no, let me just interject on that if I may. I'm not talking apples and oranges. I'm using Mansion Hill as a case study.
The
as to
case, right.
Where it might apply. Let's just be clear about that.
Okay, so that's fine then. I think that what I'm saying here is that I think we're going off on this. It doesn't apply to the South Peak Master Plan development. So we're simply stating that we feel that the answer to the question that Ray asked was, do you want Ray to consider that in his review process? We believe that the answer that this master plan allows for is the planning board to say, no, that's not applicable to the South Peak Master Plan or South Peak subdivisions, both for Upper Crooked Mountain Road or other single-family homes.
But I think if you're designing small systems that are inherent to individual properties, that certainly would be the case. But if you're designing bigger systems for bigger properties, how does that, I mean,
So what we're getting at here, though, is we're going to get in the weeds and we're going to keep going down this path. But say we build a hotel building, there might be drainage. Like we're going to be talking about the nest or the clubhouse next. That drainage is very well, like there's going to be different, or a hotel that could be there could have drainage tied into another drainage, tied into this.
but I think
Those-
what Ray's saying here. But wait a minute here, I think he's missing what Ray said. Because Ray said, so long as it doesn't affect anything else, then you don't need, it doesn't need to be considered. Isn't that what you said, Ray?
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that I think I think the way you've been applying that part of the ordinance, you're basically looking at, it's basically on a case by case basis. So in some cases, again, case study, Mansion Hill, maybe you want to take a look at that and say, you know what? This is overburdening the lot. It just does not make sense. And in some other cases, it may be okay, in which case you say, okay, we're not going to apply the drainage structures to, the exclusion on usable space. So that's why I don't see a need for you to change what you're doing, looking at it on a case by case basis, depending upon the issue before you.
So this is
That's
Derek.
up for you to decide.
This
I
is
think
Derek.
what Mark's looking, I think what Mark's looking for is a blanket, we're not going to apply this ever on any subdivision that comes before the planning board in South Peak. So the planning board has to decide, do you agree with Mark or not? And correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, in what you're putting on the table.
This is Derek. That's exactly what we're putting on the table. I
Right.
mean, in this case, this provision is not an exemption provision as you describe it. It is a special exception criteria. And that is a very specific statutorily defined term. And the only party that has authority to grant or consider special exceptions is the zoning board, not the planning board. Also, we're way off topic here for this reason. We're talking about it with this particular review. We have nothing like that proposed on any of these lots. I mean, this is nowhere near that.
Well, I thought you brought it up.
Well, we did bring it up for this reason. I mean, yeah, I mean, what Ray, I think, is asking is, do you want me, Ray, when I review these plans, to consider drainage as a criteria for whether or not they meet the 15,000 square foot requirement? Our first position is we don't have the 15,000 foot requirements, so shouldn't even go there. Second, if we're going to go there, we shouldn't be applying a special exception criteria to a subdivision. That makes zero sense. And third, I just cannot envision a scenario where you want, again, we're rehashing this ground over and over again. And it's a little frustrating because I've never seen it done this way. I've never had a consulting engineer suggest to a planning board that we follow the special exception criteria of the zoning board criteria of the ordinance. You might as well apply a variance criteria.
If I could just, excuse me, if I could just jump in on that comment, because I'm not suggesting or recommending anything. I'm putting a question before the board for their consideration. So let's be clear about that.
Well, I understand that, Ray, but no other engineer that I've ever been involved in with the town as a consulting engineer has said, hey, planning board, would you please consider, should I be considering a zoning ordinance criteria with respect to special exception in my subdivision review? Never, not once. I just don't see it happen. And it's two different worlds. You know, I as a zoning board chair, don't go into the planning board and say, hey, can you please apply my criteria? And nor do I apply planning board criteria when I'm looking at a zoning request.
Oh, I just want to say that you have two attorneys with two different perspectives on this issue. So you have Derek's perspective and the town attorney's perspective. So, you know, I don't think that we need to cast aspersions on, you know, anybody and, you know, statements that they're making or not making and how ridiculous they are or not ridiculous. You have two attorneys with two different views. That's all.
So,
But
So,
my interest, okay, go ahead.
so could we get in writing what your intent is so that the town can send it to Jason? And then Jason can say, because we don't pay you, we pay Jason. So we get his advice. So I as a planning board member, truly would like to know exactly what it is you're saying in writing so that we can give it to Jason. And then Jason can give the Lincoln Planning Board his take on what his take on what you're saying so that we can, we all understand what the thing is that we're supposed to be answering. And in that regard, we have to take, because we pay Ray. You know, so Ray's paid by the town. So he's supposed to be looking out for our best interests as well. I would hope you are too, but I'm not casting any dispersions on. I'm just saying, so we pay professionals to kind of give us that advice as well. So, I mean, in all honesty, I as a planning board member would feel more comfortable getting everything in writing so I could look at it, you know, and be able to make a comment on
I
it.
can tell you, Jason and I disagree on this, and we're asking for a decision because we can't have this lingering so that every time we come in, we're uncertain what kind of review we're getting, nor what kind of engineering should be done in advance. If you guys are going to apply the criteria, we need it to come to a head so we can challenge that and get it decided. Otherwise, every time we come in, they design it under what are the typical subdivision criteria. And then if we're going to say, well, but in this one instance, in this case, we are now going to ask you to look at the other criteria. And so now they're going to have to design under a different standard.
Well, I would
That's
go
why we
even,
need the answer.
I mean, I would go even further when I talked to Jason, because it's not only this criteria, that there was criteria for steep slopes that we almost put into the general body of our ordinance. That probably we should talk to Jason about so you can have an answer as well as everybody else in town about what the steep slope portion of the town's ordinance really means. And we haven't been enforcing it. We haven't been doing this stuff, but if it's in there, we either should follow it, find a way to give waivers or variances, or take it out. I mean, that's to me, that's what we're supposed to do.
What I'm really asking for is a decision. Because
I think you get it tonight.
Well, fair enough, but at some point we have to have a decision. We can't, it's almost like we have this moving target of an ordinance and we're not quite sure which parts of it are going to be enforced. As Ray said, you know, it's a case by case basis. That's not the way subdivisions are typically done. You either meet the criteria or you don't.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, and the only reason I said it is because I do, because a lot of applicants come to us and there's variations and decisions that are made differently on every applicant based on where they are, what they're putting in.
If they have a master plan or not.
If they have a master plan or not. I mean, you know, up until last year, we really didn't have a master plan for South Peak that was put together. You know, and as I just learned tonight, there is one, but it was as a result of everybody coming together and said, and OJ putting together this page, this book, this page, this book. I mean, so we now have one. So now I'd like to see the culmination of what it all was.
And we have the documents from that master plan. So we're happy to take the binders and
Carol, you don't have to go get it. Carol.
And everything that's involved. That references a lot. And I think it references a lot of what we're going to be talking about when we continue this hearing and move to the next one.
Is there anything else on this tonight?
No. Can we make sure that
On this specific.
on their question, I want to be able to answer their question as a planning board member, but I would like to have Ray's comments pertaining to it and Jason's comments pertaining to it so that we can make a decision. They're asking for us to make a decision. I'd like to be able to make that, but I really would like information from Jason and Ray written so that I can review it and
Mine-
not just the night before.
My understanding is the question has been presented. Jason has given you an opinion. You guys need to make a decision. That's what I'm asking. I don't know what else Jason can tell you other than what he's already told you in the email. You have to make the decision. He says it's your call. It's your call. I may disagree with that, but at some point we need your decision.
I also think that what I've heard from the members and what we understand here is we're trying to work with the town to do this 15,000 square feet and whatnot. We're trying to not add additional layers to that when candidly, the 15,000 square feet shouldn't even be applicable. So we're trying to do this to keep things moving. We have 2 more subdivisions coming right at you that we're saying, okay, 15,000 square feet, make that happen. So I want to move this project along, but I'm bringing it up for the overall process to continue that conversation.
I don't care what y'all come up with for a decision, but I just need something cast in stone so I know what's going on. You know? Can you hear me?
I would suggest that we get back to the proposal at hand that we have to make a decision on. And schedule a separate discussion for what we include in usable space and if there's a 15,000 square foot requirement and put that on as an agenda item unrelated to, I mean, like you said, we're discussing this now every single time. Let's put this on an agenda item and say yes or no, and then move on from there. Well, it's no, because I don't want to get into traffic and all these other questions that keep coming up. I want to talk about, is there a 15,000 square foot minimum for each lot? Or is it 10,000, 18 units? Put them in how you want. I mean, that's kind of the basic question we're looking at.
They don't want to take the stormwater protection out of the 15,000.
Well, that'd be part of it. What's included or excluded in, first of all, the first question is, if there isn't the 15,000 square foot, then your question becomes irrelevant. So question number 1, 15 or not 15? If it is 15, how do we determine the 15? All right. Can we do that? They're all shaking their heads. Yes. Can we do that as an agenda item unrelated to any project they're coming in with? Just that's the
Probably a lot more other self.
we have this project. Probably going to have the.
Well, I want to get the answer for this one to move this one on. So like what I'm looking for is if possible, if the board could give Ray direction for this specific project, which they all are 15,000 square feet. We've worked through it. We want to move that one along to get it approved. We can start working through that.
1,000 square feet already. OJ's already said that the water tank has no bearing on it because it's in process.
Yes, start over now that you have a microphone.
So you already have the 15,000 square feet. You already have the agreement with the town that states that you can go ahead and develop above the 1,000 feet elevation as long as the tank is being built or being constructed. The only thing that I see, and according to John, he's going to look at whether or not there are any stormwater systems that could be on this portion that you're looking at, this development you're looking at, that would come into question as to whether or not they have to come out of the 15,000 square feet. John says he doesn't think there is any. If there's not, then what would hold the development up?
I guess the question I have for you tonight is that could you give, the question was posed to you guys as a board. Do you even want Ray and John to dive into the drainage on these lots? You guys would have, if you, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ray, is that what you're asking the board to give you a recommendation on?
Yeah, again, we're just looking to see how, again, guidance from the board to see how they want to apply that
If you want us to go do that
criteria.
exercise, we can, but we're trying to,
I think John said he would look at it and show us, didn't,
Well, if
How
you,
much
if you
is
give
there?
me, if you give me like a minute and a half, I might be able to provide some additional information if I look at the plans and I can tell you what lot, how many lots are affected that might, that where this criteria. might apply.
I can offer that probably not necessary to look at the plans. There's probably one lot that may be in question. We will look at that. For our own information, but I think our stance still is that it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because of the two other issues here is number one, we don't feel that the 15,000 square foot minimum lot size applies to this project at all. So we really even shouldn't be talking about minimum lot size here.
you're saying not, but, excuse me, but you're not saying this project, you're saying any projects.
Well, we're saying any project in South Peak, but tonight we're talking about this project.
Okay, but I just want to
Yep,
clarify,
but-
it's not
but
just, it's any
Specific to
project.
what we're talking about tonight and what the hearing is open for right now, we're saying that for this project, the 15,000 square foot minimum lot size does not apply.
But you have that,
What's that?
you have.
Yep, but we have them. We made them that way,
There you
but
go.
at this point, and then we also feel that the stormwater, excluding the stormwater from that also doesn't count. So kind of two layers here. We'll check it. We'll look at it. If it turns out that there is a reduction in lot size below 15,000 square feet on one or two of these lots, if I'm wrong, we do
Well, it was
confirm
one or
that.
two.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I hear you. I'd like to know how much there is. That's why I asked you to look at it, so.
And I would add one other thing about the 15,000 square feet. If this board was to make a determination that we have to adhere to 15,000 square feet within South Peak, then you probably just created a dozen lots that are pre-existing non-conforming by what's already been approved by planning boards in the past. There are lots that go down to 9,000 square feet that I recall all over that development.
Mhm.
So now you're gonna have pre-existing non-conforming lots based on a decision the board made after the fact.
I wasn't part of that, but how did those get approved at 9,000 square feet?
Because
Down-
it doesn't apply.
Down along the river, yeah.
18 units the whole site. This also states in our map that we're doing this, again, what we're trying to say here tonight is that we're doing the 15,000 square feet, right? We're trying to work with you guys. But then when we were asked, hey, now look at this now, here's a special exemption, and that's really about the zoning board, that, what do you guys think? If you guys all vote to say, let's not even look at this stuff, don't need to dive into this. Then it's a moot point, we keep moving to the next meeting. If, once we keep being asked 15, now it's this, we're trying to settle.
I didn't realize that there were those ones down by the river were 9,000 square feet. And that
2014.
that was approved on the basis of what they're saying, that it was 1,018, and that's,
I believe you were on the board then. Pat
No,
he wasn't. Oh, Pat Lamprey was chairman of that.
Patrick chair over for me.
Okay. Okay.
But that goes back to precedent, and we get into the attorney, but I'm just trying.
Oh, I hear you.
Right, right.
I'm gonna spend time in all this, you don't want to spend the resources. Things moving.
I think the only conflict in the only question and conflict that I have is, so if we get another development that comes in, is it hard for us to is it fair? Not hard, but is it fair for us to hold them to a different standard than?
Is it, do they have a master plan that's that deep, that's been?
Oh, no, I hear you.
I have my own developments here in town, so when I come for the Rapids, right? It's not fair for me to come for the Rapids property and say, hey, guys, this is what we do here. I have to do a whole new plan-based development. And then the board is at their discretion to put restrictions, and we go back to the time that we're doing. And once we have something approved, that previous lots have been under 15,000 square feet, we, in working well with the planning board, said, let's make them 15,000 square feet, let's make these, by doing these items, now we may have triggered another item. And we want to look at that other item, it's not applicable to begin. There are different press. You know, meaning if Eric's point, we're gonna die on the sword and we take this to the
we're gonna appeal the decision, we're going to go to court over it, be prepared for that, it's gonna show precedent that happened, or it's gonna be all this negative energy. But ultimately, all I'm saying tonight is, does the drainage at this point, can we tell Ray that it isn't, and I'm just saying, if we're doing the 15,000 square feet, but that's not part of the master plan, period, let's move.
I say, my comment on this project was that my biggest concern was the legality of the driveways versus easements. You've corrected that problem. You've maintained the 15,000 square feet. In any of the other board members' minds, is there any other issue that we need to like focus on and talk about tonight? Whether or not there's a drainage system on one or two lots? I mean, is there anything else? What else we?
The only other thing that we had was the green space. It hasn't, even though it's been identified, it hasn't, you didn't want to deed it yet because of the water tank, right? That would be the only other.
I mean, that certainly would be a condition of
We could do
approval,
that.
you know, that
Yeah.
they will deed it once we know where the town wants them to deed it. You know, if they deed it over where we need to build a water line, then, well,
Well, things with our own land is back to anyways, right? So there's numerous open space things now. So we put it as a condition, but ultimately, as soon as the town understands where it is, then we want it to deed it, because then it's done.
Right.
It's not.
I couldn't agree more.
Go back to my. Anyways.
I couldn't agree more.
You understand where you got your these plans we just received today?
Yeah, we would rather, we're not looking for an approval right now. We'd rather the continuance to allow Ray and our consulting engineers and our in-house engineers to all work collectively to make sure that when this is in front of you, we ultimately can get an approval without any conditions that wouldn't allow us to get started.
Make a motion, is there a motion to continue this hearing? June 12th,
So move.
Second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
I,
Did you give any feedback to Ray on whether he's looking at drainage over the next 2 weeks before June 12th?
I believe there were 3 questions that were posed to the planning board there. We just need to get feedback on. Carol, do you have those? Were there 3 of them?
I thought we answered them.
No, you might not have heard it, Ray, but, they were gonna do, I guess, a letter of credit. And that's, but it's a condition subsequent, is it, or what is that? In lieu of a bond,
Okay,
Still need the amount.
yeah, so they'll come up with an estimate and then you'll review it and,
okay.
make a recommendation. And then the second one was, does the planning board wish to set aside open space? And they have a plan already for open space,
Okay,
that they proposed but they're not gonna firm that up until after the water tank is, where the lines go and everything else is figured out firmly. And then they'll deal with that. And the third one was, does the planning board wish to apply usable space exclusions to the project, specifically drainage systems? And they, that's something that they, wish to die on their sword over, or, to challenge us with their swords. And then, they have, their attorney has a different view than our attorney, about whether that section applies. And
so how are we
this
gonna move?
this particular project, John Rozoka, thinks that there's only one possible space where the drainage system might be applicable, but
That's correct. I checked. There's 1 lot. And it's on the
so
board.
it's,
It's marginal, so.
Meeting.
Oh.
Want to have a meeting?
So I think the answer to that question is we could probably get that item addressed through technical review. On
for this subdivision, this particular one.
this
drainage.
particular one, but I would encourage the board to, meet, as I think it was OJ suggested, having a
larger
question on the issue and overall.
I have a potential solution for the 15,000 square feet. But that's a separate.
So we're gonna move it.
Sorry, motion to continue to June 12th. No meeting on June 5th. Carol, is there a ZBA meeting on the 5th?
I'm expecting something, like, there isn't anything yet. You know what I mean? I mean, the ZBA is really heated up. So I'm starting to, you know. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay,
Want to have a meeting? Next, we can discuss the lot. 15,000.
Yep.
Get resolved.
I'd like to have Jason present.
okay.
I'd like to have Jason and Ray both.
One of the solutions for the 15,000 square
So
feet
with this,
is we will apply for a subdivision of one lot under 10,000 square feet in an effort to allow it to be, us be present, us to talk through it with you guys, have Jason present. So that way it's not holding up one of our projects. We're making 15,000.
For the 15,000 per lot.
And we should discuss that. It should be a lot, I guess we could take that one first, but I mean, you get 15% steep slope thing
Well-
we've got to deal with.
It seems to me we should get this done and off the table. It seems like
That's what
we're
I'm trying to say is I'd
we're
rather,
imminent with this one right
we
here.
have
And
some things in front of us that I want to keep moving. The 15,000, if we push that to a later date in order to keep projects that are the 15,000 square feet moving would be my
Is
preference.
2
if the
weeks,
board
is
so
2
allows.
weeks that critical for you that we can't address it then?
It doesn't apply to this project. So if you guys want to add that to your schedule, that's your call. Well, that's the point is we want to submit a application. So by us submitting an application, we have an appeal. If we don't agree with the findings, we have an item that we can then appeal.
Well, I think that we ought to,
Correct.
if we're gonna do this 15,000 square feet, we ought to do it in the public, and so if there's anyone else that has a question or comment that they, right.
Planning board-
Whether there's another developer or someone else who wants to come in and weigh in on it, then they can come in and weigh in
Aren't
as
you,
well.
aren't you asking for advice from your consultant? Isn't that what this is about?
It's
yeah, but their proposal is to do that in the context of an application that includes a 10,000 or less than 15,000 square foot lot. Then if the board denies it, they're appealing
Okay, but then I got a notice. Then I got to do a notice. Like if they're gonna apply, then I have to do. a
Right.
full
But
notice
if they're going to apply for that subdivision, you have to do that notice anyway.
Yeah, so
Right?
what I think Marcus is saying we're gonna do is that for this one, all of our lots are above 15,000 right now. We have that open space. We have the drainage question is the only one that's unresolved right now. We'll get an answer to that. We can work through it for this one. But what Mark is saying is we are in the process of preparing another subdivision application for you folks. We're working on that right now as a new one. That one is gonna have at least one lot below 15,000 square feet in it.
So that way that gives us a public forum. It gives us time. It gets noticed. It'll be in 2 months from now, a month from now. And we'll be able to talk about it specifically to that project. And we understand that that project could be delayed and it might be a more drawn
And I
out
think,
meeting.
yeah, I mean, as far as my feelings go on this, I'd like to know prior what Jason, and I'd like to be able to have Jason and Ray weigh in together on this topic prior to you bringing that in. So we don't have to wait till that night and then go back through everything again.
I'm just saying, let's not hold up this project.
Well, I think.
No, it's not gonna hold.
To that comment, I think, and I don't want to speak for Ray, Ray can comment on this, but I think he's already offered that he's looking to the board for guidance on this. So I think we're a bit stuck in a circular reference here and we just want to move forward with this. And again, it's like we spent a lot of time and energy, all of us talking about this. I think for this subdivision, I think it's a bit of a moot point,
Right.
but it is going to come to a head here. So Mark's proposal is we'll force it to come to a head on our next subdivision application.
I'd rather do that, as opposed to having a meeting on the 5th.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, it just makes more sense to have it be part of an application that we're having a judicial process and it's included as part of that judicial process.
And then it's also specific to South Peak, which has a master plan approved. So It's not just an open-ended, any development in town.
And it's a, once you put in that application, you have to do all the abutter notices and everything with or without the 15,000 square foot discussion. We have to do all the notices that are required for that, right? So it's zero extra work when a new application comes in. Am I missing something?
Are you doing this application just so you can appeal it?
No,
No, it's,
we don't think we will need to appeal it. We believe that the board, after a good conversation, we
I
believe that the,
misunderstood. I thought you were
Just one
manufacturing this little tiny lot so that you
No.
could go to battle over this whole thing and.
no, we're not trying to make a lot
Context
that's
of
a
it.
ridiculous. What we're doing here is simply saying, let's move this forward. We'll bring this to a head. It's an easy way to do it. And it's not a project that we're trying to push forward. So if it's drawn out, it's not a big deal, but it allows everything to happen anyway. So if we are correct, then the subdivision is approved, we move on. If we're not, we have the process in which everything's set up to be properly handled, opposed to, hey, how do we go and like,
So if we say that we don't care whether there's 15,000 square foot lots in South Peak or not, that's only relevant to South Peak.
correct.
And if you end up with 1,018 units in whatever shape or form and have not yet used up all your acreage,
Just
And-
turns into open
then-
space.
but it only turns into open space if you're not putting restaurants or any other amenities on there, right? Because those aren't counted in the, I'm just trying to clarify for myself. So if you have the 1,018 units and you end up with 100 acres left, you could put 100 acres of restaurants on there? Is that,
In theory, with this analogy, we'll go down there quickly and say,
or amusements?
or amusement, whatever we put
Whatever.
there has to meet other restrictions and other thresholds in which if we had, call it, if we have 100 restaurants, there's still a finite amount of seats and other aspects of things that would trigger. So as far as for conversation's sake, that the more dense we make things, the more open things are going to be.
Right, well, is there a way in your mind that you could quantify or put some sort of things together and say, if we go over, once we reach 1,018, we will come back to you with whatever we do so that it can be, I'm just asking.
Paul,
because
absolutely, we
it seems
could.
like the whole thing's open after that.
No, but let me just reiterate. We absolutely could put an incredibly detailed document together, and I'm not trying to be like, that all states that in that master plan. It has everything from when we have to come back. This is what we're doing. This is what we're keeping. Here's allocations of what the town has. There's going to be a day that without question, we're going to, and you recommended it to us several times, including tonight, that after that water tank's in, you might want to go back to the select board and make sure they have the right amount allocated towards commercial items. At the moment, we're so far below it that we're choosing to not spend our resources there. But there is absolutely restrictions that are put in our master plan. And until we're not even close to them, we're just keeping moving forward. Like right now, we're working on our first clubhouse, semi-private, restaurant, lounge, daycare, golf simulator. We'll get into that in 1 minute. But when we get close, we're absolutely going to be coming to selectmen and going through that process. But as of today, we are so far away from it. We want to focus on pushing development forward and referencing what we spent 6 months diving into over the past year. Next item.
so
Did you guys answer that question for Ray? A third question?
I just don't know, is Ray looking for 15,000 square feet considering drainage or not?
It's just a drainage right now, not the 15,000. It already meets that.
I'll know the answer to that question. I'm not sure Ray does.
You're talking about moving forward from
With
this one.
Specific this one.
this,
You're talking about for this one?
yes,
You're supposed to be looking at
Yeah.
in the next 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to finish it up.
But we just found out tonight, at least I did, there's only one lot.
I
that-
believe.
Well,
Ray, Ray just said
Ray
it
said
was.
that.
Yeah,
Ray
it's
said it was
the
one.
one lot on the corner and the one down at the bottom that we would need to look at. And again, I think our position is it's not on the table. Like that's not,
Can I ask how
relevant.
much of it is on?
I don't have that in the top of my head right now.
I'm happy to help out here. So there's a lot that has 31,000 square foot. There's a natural resource area on there. They take that out, so they get down to 30,438 square feet. And about half of the lot is set aside in a drainage easement for a stormwater infiltration practice and bioretention facility. And the other half of the lot, I assume, is going to be a single family house lot. And it's just right at,
So you're still
my
15.
takeoff, it's
after you
at
take all that away.
14,700 square feet. So it's just under 15,000 square feet. So I think
not-
it can be resolved.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I
You
don't,
agree with what?
it's probably not an issue, but the reason why that question was, just for clarification, the reason why the question was posed was because the question was raised by the planning board as to whether or not it should be applied. So that's
Right.
why we put the question on the table. It was raised by a planning board member, and we just wanted to get clarification to make sure that we could take that off the list.
By this instant. All the board. Oh.
So. Keep your answer. Basically one lot. When they have to-
Speak up.
You're not on, Joe. I don't- Is he on? Oh, there he is.
Make much difference over the overall. Units in this building on the whole property. In this particular instance, we should just vote on this one, not making it a precedent for all the other ones. I would willingly let it go at that.
There you go. You're not on.
I agree with that.
I agree.
There you go. That was quick.
So Scott, the only thing we need, it sounds like, is a letter of credit.
Not a problem. Why don't, if Ray and Scott, you guys could work up what you would like for a dollar amount and I can work on getting that letter of credit from our bank.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so now we're postponing this till June 12th was the motion. Did we order? Okay, all right, sorry.
Jimmy, your light doesn't look like it's on.
This battery.
Did you put in one of the new ones? Or you have one of these gold? They're over there too.
Yours isn't on either, I don't
I
think.
turned it off.
Oh,
Speak into it and see if Ray can hear you. I'll take that as a no.
That's a no, I can't hear somebody speaking.
the batteries don't last very long.
That's not what I was doing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ray, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Here's your Duracell. You have 3 mics in front of you. You look important.
You have 3 channels.
Yeah, put up and outlet wherever your mic is to keep it charged.
We need rechargeable batteries. All right, plug in recharging over there. One set in the mics, one set charging. Every meeting you
Thank
swap
you.
them out.
I think you need a new system. You're gonna get sick of swapping batteries eventually. In the middle of a meeting.
Yeah.
Here's a nice little red light.
All right, next.
They sent by bright red, dull red.
Subdivision, sub 2024-3, map 118, lot 39, and map 121, lot 50. Bogosian DBA South Peak LLC, Hemi Base Camp and 8 lots. And site plan review, SPR 2024-4, map 118, lot 39, and map 121, lot 50. Bogosian DBA South Peak LLC, Hemi Base Camp and 8 lots, applicant Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 850 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 02540. Subdivision. Proposed subdivision. A total of 6 new lots will be created along existing frontage on Crooked Mountain Road. One existing approved lot along Crooked Mountain Road will be merged, map 118 lot 39, and then re-subdivided, reconfigured. Application for subdivision proposes to divide portions of the lot listed below into one 6-lot subdivision. Map 118 lot 39, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 38.94 acres. Creating 6 new lots on Crooked Mountain Road be as follows. Map 118 lot 3955, 1.92 acres. Map 118 lot 39 lot 57, 1.65 acres. Map 118 lot 39.58, 0.57 acres. Map 118 lot 39.59, 0.55 acres. Map 118 lot 39.6, 0.5 acres. Map 118 lot 39.61, 0.58 acres. Then merge map 121 lot 50 with map 118 lot 39 and re-subdivide, reconfigure the existing lot known as the Pemigewasset Base Camp lot as follows. Map 121 lot 50, Crooked Mountain Road number 14, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC. Existing size is 0.46 acres and will be reconfigured into a lot that will be 0.56 acres in size. Lot to become map 118 lot 39.56 with Pemmy Base Camp on it, 0.56 acres. Note applicant changed the map lot numbers for this lot on the plan. May not be possible to use these map/lot numbers. And site plan review. Proposed project SPR 2024-02, map 118 lot 39, and map 121 lot 50. Construction of South Peak Club Building, a club amenity and lounge at the Pemmy Base area of South Peak Resort. Note the current Pemmy Base Camp temporary tent structure used as ski lodge is to remain on the lot as well. Tent is owned by Blue Mountain Recreation Corporation. Proposed development construct 2-story building consisting of the following uses: retail, lounge, and food and beverage amenities. Lower level walkout basement, 3,400 square feet. Upper level, 2,560 square feet. Upper level deck, 1,070 square feet. Upon a finding by the board that the application meets subdivision requirements of land use plan ordinance and subdivision regulations, board will vote to accept applications as complete. And if board finds application to be complete, then a public hearing on the merits of the proposal will follow immediately. Should a decision not be reached at public hearing, this application will stay on planning board agenda until such time as it either approved or disapproved.
Okay, I just want to point out that, and I know why they did it, they have the map and lot numbers that they're assigning, or map 11839 point something. But a lot of these lots are not even on map 118 because map 118 lot 39 was so enormous. So I talked to Ray about this, and I think that we need to consult with the mapping company, because otherwise none of these are going to track. The numbers are not going to track with the maps.
Okay.
So anyway, I just want everybody to know that we need to straighten this out right away so that we don't cause a bigger problem than we already have.
Go ahead.
Good evening.
Here we go.
Carry it with you.
Same crew as the last hearing. So I'm going to start with the subdivision plan, just kind of give a quick overview. So as we mentioned in the application, there are the creation of 5 single-family lots on the opposite side of the street, opposite side of Crooked Mountain from the tent. And then this is the tent structure right here. And this area right here is going to be the nest, when you'll see when we get to the site plan.
Area right where?
Yeah, so this is going to be right next to the right of the tent as you're looking at it from the street.
So lot 39.56.
Yes.
Correct. Right, so the tent and the nest structure are going to be on the same parcel.
Well, looking to be part of this one, because it was on the front. So lot 39.57. Is that still? What you do with it?
39.57 is across the street.
Does it cross the street too as
Yes.
well?
Right.
So. So the lot line for 39.57 goes. That parcel is across the street as well.
Well,
This triangle right here? There was one that showed it coming. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, right there. Okay, well, it doesn't block it off, okay.
Is that the right one or?
Yeah, it's lot 39.56, is that going to include the Penny base camp?
Yes.
This lot right
Yep.
That's not the one.
Right.
There's also a person.
It's lot 39.55, is that going to be built on? Bigger one with the wetlands on?
It will. We have a site plan application that'll probably come in within the next couple months for that, for building up front.
At 1.92 acres.
Yeah. So this area up here in front of the wets.
Gotcha. Sorry, what is this? That's close. All right. Gotcha.
All right, I've already flipped the page. I don't know if you had any questions on the subdivision itself. It's really just lot lines that we're changing there or creating.
you want to do these separately?
That's something.
Vote on the subdivision or have any questions, public hearing and then move on? Yeah. So the subdivision is 5 single-family home lots
Correct,
on one side of the street.
correct.
And then,
Lot line is down two and another lot.
okay, 2 lots on the other side of the street. One is a
Okay.
bigger lot that has basically a parking area on it, and nothing else. And then a smaller lot that has the existing Pemmy base camp. And in later proposal, we're gonna talk about it in addition to that space.
I didn't even decide on what the jam.
So there's 5 single-family lots on one side of the street.
Right.
And on the other, there's the big vacant lot except for the paved parking. And then there's the second lot that has the existing Pemmy base camp. Right. So 7 lots total.
Correct.
All of them have road frontage.
But the access for the Pemmy base camp is on through another law.
As it is,
Right.
as it is today. We didn't change that. That lot line is in the same location that it is today. Around it, the other side is where we changed.
Really, the access is down low.
So. And this is just subdivision.
Right, then we're gonna move on to the site plan.
Are the utilities? For. 39.56. Currently located. Off of the road, or are they, do they come up the paved parking area that currently exists on 39.55?
Off the road, it's now. We recommend this.
Basically. Are there utilities? For these other 5 on the other side currently in place, or that those would have to be,
We would have to add, the utilities are on the, they're available at the street, we'll then be adding the stuff to the lot. With it over there.
okay. So they've already been stubbed out.
No.
No, they have not.
We'll set a stub on that. Pending approval, the board so approve them when we get stuff. Water, sewer, or.
Or at the street, you'd have to take them off the main. Okay.
Where's map 121, lot 51? Can't see that lot.
Do you know what is left? On what 39.55 after you take out the wetlands area? You have any idea what's left on that big lot? Square footage wise?
We don't have that calculation.
Whatever calculation, pretty much.
It is large, but it so isn't the wetlands area.
Yeah, that's why we look at that, that's. If you- This,
That's why I'm asking. I didn't know if you had that calculation.
no, I don't know.
So you're merging a half 0.56 acres. From lot 39.56 to lot 39.55. Is that? There's a note down there. It says lands of South Peak. Map 121 lot 50. Right, but what I'm saying, right here, this arrow going here, is that talking about merging this piece right here with this?
This, the old ones, this. This.
Oh, okay, so it's talking about merging this with this.
So no, this is gonna be the lot.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be lot, so they're gonna take away this.
I understand that, yeah. You're gonna take away this section here, put this with this, and then they're gonna use
Take away this.
this and add it to that,
This.
to this. That will be all one lot. Yeah, I understand that. When I was looking at the note, I thought that it was referencing just this one little piece right here.
Carol, can you show us that up on the main board so we can all see? 'Cause I'm not,
See, yeah.
okay,
Okay, anything I highlighted, I can show you. Highlight this.
So when it, so there's also, as I see it, is there a lift easement that comes out of lot 39.55? Looks to me like there's a lift, G-lift easement line that goes across there. Right on the corner. If you go. You see where it
Oh,
says,
yes.
you see where it says United States of
Yes.
America?
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like to me there's a
Yes. there
G-lift
is.
easement,
There is.
so that would have to come out of there's, well.
No, that would stay, that easement would stay.
That easement would stay,
Yes.
but it would have to come out of the total calculation of the. When you're taking the wetlands out and you're taking that out, when you're looking at how much is left,
That's to be determined, right?
well, and
It's not a drainage easement. It's a G, it says G-lift easement. It's not a drainage easement.
but you can't build on somebody else's easement, can you?
Yeah, but we're not
It's
building.
ours,
there.
it's yours. I thought the G-lift was loons.
Talking about this easement line that clips. No. This easement that clips 3950.
G-lift looks like it's part of the lift easement.
That's part of their snow beach that gives them the ski terrain to get to the wet city.
Going, right, and that would have to come out of whatever that portion is as well.
I don't think so. No. That's the way the easements.
Just asking.
Okay. Okay, pink is the old,
Yeah.
blue is the new one. For companies. The blue also have mint. Right?
Very good.
All right, Cal, can you elaborate?
So there'll be two buildings on one parcel.
Correct.
The parking for those parcels will be in the gravel parking lots. But the only thing we're looking at for now is the application for subdivision.
We're looking at the subdivision.
So we can go down to the checklist.
Ready to accept this complete, consider it complete, we can do that.
I would think, we gotta go down through it. Did you hear what Carol said?
What's she saying?
Carol wanted to know if Ray has checked for anything missing on the checklist.
I did not check the checklist, no. But it's substantially complete
What's that, Carol?
from a technical standpoint. I didn't check.
We'll
on the-
just see if they're asking for any waivers, go through it that way.
No waivers, there's, that I see anyway, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. There's several things marked not applicable, which all seem to
Well,
make
can we go
sense.
down through that
but-
there with,
Oh,
Yeah, we can go through it.
I think we should go through it for the minutes. I don't want to stay here longer than anybody else, but we still should go through it.
All right, so. Page 2. Names and address of abutters provided. Application and notice fees in a check payable to the town of Lincoln provided. 12 copies of preliminary layout or final plat as required for a particular application. Use attached list to review maps for completeness provided. And we're going down to submission requirements. Site survey map, 4 copies of maps at a scale not smaller than 1 inch to 100 feet, which should have the following information: name of subdivision provided, name and address of owner subdivider provided, survey and engineer provided, date, north arrow and scale provided.
Make sure it says South Hill. I'm looking at it, and it's South Peak phase 7. I don't see the,
Yeah, I make sure that the owner is there. There can probably, you know,
Will do.
Okay, so we can fix that. Important natural features from natural resource inventory. Wetlands as defined by HIS map, hydrate soils, wetlands, overlay zones, etc. provided. Building and setback lines to include setbacks for wetlands provided. Land to be dedicated for public use not applicable. Percentage of site in fields and in woods provided. Property lines, existing buildings, historic sites and structures provided. Existing streets with names and route designations provided. Size of site in acres with number of acres in village residential district and general use district. Not applicable. Business and general use district.
Don't know.
Where are you at now?
On page
I,
What number?
I,
Aye.
number I.
page 3.
What district? Zoning district?
What are you looking?
Just ask a question. This isn't general use.
This thing?
Yeah, this is in general use.
Okay, so
That whole side of the
does it
river.
matter if they have that? I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
It's
I'm good with it.
It's just site plan.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Subdivision.
Yes.
Topographic contours and water courses, both seasonal and year round, provided. Wells / municipal water sources within 150 yards of site.
So I have
not
a question,
applicable.
I have a question about that.
Go ahead.
There's, and I don't know what the distance is, but down where the old Henry Fox house used to be, you have any idea? It used to be Loon Employee Housing, there was a well that was down there. And I don't know if that's within the, if it's within the 150 yards or not. Yeah, yeah, it was, I don't know what the roads are down there, so. There was a well down there anyway.
Huge.
Not now, it's not, but
Yeah.
it's there. It just asked for
It's
wells.
greater, it's greater than 150.
Yeah.
Much greater than 150.
But yeah,
It's much greater than 150 away.
That's fine. I just wanted to,
150 yards, not feet.
It's still like, you know,
fine.
South Peak is
150
way down
yards
on the
was
bottom. We're up at the
three,
top of the hill. It's
600.
Fine. Soils provided. Town consulting engineering reimbursement fee provided. Tax map changes fee. Cal, you mentioned. Okay. All right, then we'll just go through this. You just mentioned the tax map numbers were wrong.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know about every single one. But the problem is that the tax map numbers are associated with a paper copy. And we now always look online and, you know. But if you actually have the paper copy, some of these lots are not located on map 118. They're located on, 121 and 123, and they have the number. That, so when you go to look for it, it's hard to find it. So we have to make sure that the numbers are associated, I mean, that, a lot of them are totally associated with other particular event. And like, in an additional, we use, like, 22.39 to 39.1, like 31. However, when the tax maps are printed, they're not gonna be on that 22. They'll be on another map. So,
but they can go by the lot number though.
we're gonna have to talk to the mapping company to fix.
How they want to number it.
We want to know, so we're gonna have to.
But for this application, it's fine. Right?
They have to be fixed before we would, like, whenever. We now have done a bunch of them. Not gonna find. the tax map.
ones that we've done previously? Okay, so for this one, we can accept this as complete. But we'll fix it. Got it.
That'll be a condition.
Yeah. That we correct before Jim signs it.
Tax map page and parcel numbers provided, we already talked about that, needs to be fixed. Zoning classification, minimum lot size and frontages are applicable. Size of site in acres provided. Existing streets with names and route designations provided. Additional subdivision information either shown on plan or provided separately, buildings to remain not applicable.
Can we change that to?
but they've shown that.
provided? There's one building on these lots and you're showing it
Right. So it's provided.
provided.
Deed restrictions provided. Preliminary drainage plan not provided. Anyone have any questions on that one?
That's not provided.
Preliminary drainage plan.
I assume drainage plans are gonna be. For each lot, they'll have their own drainage plan when a house gets designed and put on that lot.
Correct.
Yeah.
I can weigh in a little bit on that. Yeah, the drainage design has not been completed yet.
Will be in time for.
We can make that a condition as well.
Easements provided. Future subdivision proposals on same site not applicable. Lot lines provided. Soils and groundwater test pits not applicable. Proposed open space not applicable. Percolation test data. Percolation test locations and data not applicable.
So. Open space has been provided. And then for the whole property, so.
Right.
I think I would change that to provide.
That's fine. Approvals and comment federal, state, local. Preliminary road cross sections and preliminary road profiles not applicable, setback lines provided. Proposed streets, roads with locations, names and right of way widths not applicable. Water mains and other utilities, preliminary not applicable. EIS and or environmental assessment to be required, not applicable. Overlays or special investigative studies to be required, not applicable.
Wait a minute here.
You go.
The water mains and other utilities. One I see are provided. There's a 12-inch water line that's shown, there's a sewer lines that are shown.
Yeah, I think that's also intended that if you're proposing new ones.
Okay, I just thought they were
But-
provided, so rather than not
I
applicable.
wouldn't dispute it either way if you wanted to say provided, it's.
3 paper copies and 1 Mylar, no smaller than 24 inches by 36 inches provided. All information described in preliminary layout, except that the drainage or road plans, profiles, water and other utilities shall be final provided. Name and addresses of all individual owners and or corporations of lands involved provided. Names and addresses of all others provided. Existing buildings, streets, rights of way, streams and easements provided. Natural features in the vicinity of the affected land provided. Name, address, and seal of surveyor or engineer provided. Small locational map indicating parcels in relation to major streets and intersections, the tax sheet, and parcel numbers and the zoning districts provided. Bearings and distances of entire property and lot lines based on an on-the-ground survey plus topography at 5-foot interval provided. Lot areas and dimensions in square feet or acres provided. Lots numbered in accordance with town tax map policy. So that's in question.
Well, we're gonna fix that and we're gonna fix, G, which is gonna be, we're gonna put it on the maps. And the paper copies and the Mylar that you give me, I don't need until one, can provide it for the tenant.
Okay. Let's see. Statement of responsibility and liability for streets, roads, and their maintenance, C 5.02B4, not applicable.
Why don't we have that? I thought we had either had that or why don't we have that? I thought that's,
There's no new streets.
what's that?
They're not building any new streets.
But the streets that it
We already
fronts
have
on,
those.
we already have those?
The homeowners association docks.
Okay.
See. Estimate of cost of required improvements in a statement concerning bond or other security not applicable. WSPCC subdivision approval, not applicable. State driveway permit, if any, not applicable. Legal documents for homeowners association or other arrangements for property and utility management, not applicable. Subdivision regulation compliance statement, C 5.02B2, provided. Space for board endorsement provided. Other information specifically required by board, including EIS overlays, etc. We haven't asked for anything else. Does anyone have any comments as to the completeness of the application?
I'll make a motion to accept it as complete.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. What?
I was just gonna say, I didn't get a chance yet.
Those, let's go over those again.
With that,
Things we need to revisit on the,
So
Yeah.
just gonna put the correct name of the property owner.
Yeah.
Right.
Gonna put general review.
General use.
So clear that's in the use district, actually it would be the general use. Downtown,
yeah,
general use downtown,
preliminary drainage plan, was that,
and
because Ray hasn't done any drainage calculations or anything on this.
There is no drainage analysis or drainage plan at the present time.
So we need to make. We need to make a condition on note of this before it's final that we get a drainage. In the end,
is that it?
that's all.
All I had.
We said that the water was further. So it was that, it was a lot of area dimensions and square feet or acres, no, that was it. So yeah, that was the only one, what Carol said as far as the tax maps and the pages and the drainage plan.
Paul made the motion, OJ seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Takes open public comment. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second? Would any member of the public like to speak on this application?
Yeah, this is Holger Narecki. I'm here with my wife Anissa. We're the owners of 16 Yellow Birch, and we're the one of the abutters of this project.
Yeah.
We have a couple of concerns about and really more questions more than anything, is that these plans, this is the first time that we're seeing plans with ski trails on them. And the ski trails go across our property. Up to this point, there haven't been any recorded plans with ski trails on them. And the declarant has also indicated that he plans to have an additional trail that's not indicated on these maps that goes between the ski trail that's listed on these over to Yellow Birch Circle, which will cross over, go straight over a drainage swale. So we have that in addition to the fact that we have these 5 lots. We're worried that, you know, first of all, that there's some implications with having ski trails going through our property because the declaration gives quite a few rights, both to the declarant, to the association, and to Loon, as well as others, in terms of what they can and can't do within the 4 corners of our lot. This is something that we haven't agreed to up to this point. But the other issue that we have, because these 5 lots, is, you know, what's a potential drainage situation? Where we are downhill from all 5 of these lots, there's a potential that we're going to have quite a bit of water coming down our way. And then the swale is going to be, if there's, you know, we've been told that there's going to be a snowcat that's driving on it. which means that anything that is, any snow that's put there is also going to be compacted, which can impact the drainage in that swale. So I guess my questions are, you know, is the town going to approve a plan that has a ski trail on it with there being legal ramifications downstream?
So I have a question in regards to that.
Go ahead.
So we've always said that, I thought that association requirements, this board doesn't take into consideration, and that is between the association and the homeowners to resolve, not the town. Am I
Right.
correct?
Right.
So this, it sounds to me like this concern, although it would be a concern for the homeowner, probably not a concern for the board, because it's between the homeowner and the association.
Right. But I think the drainage is a legitimate concern.
I mean, it sounds like, yeah,
Up to a point. The one thing that I'll point out is that if you're made aware that there are legal implications of you approving that plan, I think that the planning board does need to take that into consideration. Because if you approve it so that it gets recorded, you've now participated in what will have a legal implication for us.
So this plan isn't creating any ski trails. Those ski trails exist today, and carving up the 5 single-family lots on that doesn't change anything in that aspect.
so we're talking about, just so we're all, so I'm right. It's a ski trail. It comes down
Right.
laterally across 39.61, 39.60, and a little bit of 39.59. Then it's one on the other side. It comes through 39.57. Is that?
But he's talking about map 121 lot
I'm-
36.
So it's right here. No, I understand that, but that's the trails he's talking about.
Yeah.
These right here coming across there. That come down him. And you're saying that these are already in.
Correct. Yeah, we're not, we're not planning to build any trails.
Okay.
If I could just be heard, I'm Anissa Narecki, the owner of 16 Yellow Birch. Those trails were never recorded. Our deed that we have does not reflect any easement or any other legal indication that there is a trail. So while I believe that South Peak maintains that those trails are not newly created, they will be newly recorded, which does create legal issues for us and for South Peak and for the town if they don't heed our concerns about having land that has, essentially creating an easement without our consent, which would alter our deed and our rights, our property rights.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
You live in Yellow Brick Lane, right?
Yeah. 16 Yellow.
You don't need to go near it.
Yes, it's right here. It's
right on the lot.
It's right on the, right here, Joe.
I'm into it. There's a double.
Which one is it going? There's 16 yellow birds, and then there's
The other front bit.
this one. And there's that. So it looks to me the two that are affected are Looney Bin Resorts and 16 Yellow Birch are the only two that are affected, right?
Right.
So it looks, yeah.
Well, any property that has a ski trail running through it is affected.
Right. So the trail that I see, according to the map that we've been provided, is the one that's called the Looney Bin, map 121 lot 35, and 16 Yellow Birch LLC, map 121 lot 36. Look like the two that are impacted by these trails.
I mean, we can go right up the trail. I mean, 121.14 is impacted, 121.16, 121.17, all the way up to Boom Run. Any place where you see the ski trail running through it, and also going down from 121.17 all the way down to South Peak Road. Any lot that has that ski trail in it is going to be impacted. Those homeowners, their rights are going to be impacted by recording this map or this plan.
There's Jason when you need him.
You know, go ahead. Is it, you're coming before the board to subdivide these lots as we see them. So this is a subdivision approval,
Correct.
right? I don't know if those ski trails exist. But I guess in my mind, they're not. That's gonna be a fight between you and them.
Land as it sits,
What's that?
still our land as it sits, meaning ski trails are existing, it's still on land that we own, so we're subdividing and changing lot lines, doesn't. It's not applicable, these are already recorded.
Oh, okay, I guess I don't know if those ski trails are recorded, you know, they're saying that there's some confusion around that. But in looking at, like you said, looking at these lots, the ski trails being there or not being there, in my opinion, aren't gonna change what the subdivision is about. But I'd like to keep the planning board out of that legal fight. We're not approving the ski trails. Do they need to be on the map to show what we're approving is lot lines, frontages, setbacks, right?
You just made that a condition, this is an approval of lot line setback conditions, this is more where.
Well,
If you remove it from the plan to say ski trail.
We're approving, maybe we're approving a subdivision plan, but the ski trails exist.
Well, one of the reasons why the trails are shown on there is we're required to show
Natural features
vegetated areas or open areas.
and natural features, yeah.
And so the corridors are not treed and the woods are, so we show how the ski trails are shown on the plan is the wood line. So
Are the ski trails like, could I have skied down those 2 months ago?
yeah.
Who owns the ski trails?
I mean,
Do you own the ski trails? The association?
Next, for example, the only ski trail I own near my house is a section of it, and it's switching my neighbor's house for the next house. And there, yeah. So if you take a look, like Bob's house here has a ski trail right in it. Different than it is continuing. My house.
Well, it's not affecting the square footage of the lots minimally, so it's. As I said, we've never gotten the fight of
Yeah, they.
the association versus the homeowner.
Right.
The board
I
has
think
never.
the issue,
Go ahead.
the issue, is that there were no easements granted. So to put a trail there without getting the consent of the people who have the deeds to these parcels is illegal, in my opinion. I mean, you can't create an easement without the consent of the home of the property owner. So if this plan does that, I think we have issues, even at the town level.
But ma'am, I think we're not given. We're not sanctioning whether or not the trails are okay to be there or not. The planning board is just looking at the lots as they sit by the meets and bounds of the lots.
do you dispute that those ski trails are existing and I could have skied on them 2 months ago? No, I'm asking.
Yeah, no, physically they're there, but legally they're not. And I think that that's a really important distinction. Because as soon as they're legal ski trails as opposed to physical ski trails, rights and obligations of everyone in South Peak changes. Right? We're impacted by it. And as soon as the board says, okay, you can record this plan, you've impacted our rights as homeowners.
In what way, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In what way?
So right now, it's also been suggested that, the declarant can extend the ski trail. He can create ski trails wherever he'd like. And at any time. And he's said that he intends to imminently also take additional land from us between the ski trail that is shown on the map today and Yellow Birch Circle, going right along on the lot line between our house and the one that you see as Looney Bin. And in doing so, what will happen is that now there's also a right for Loon to drive a snowcat there, which means that they can have snowmaking, they can build up snow, so that now what happens in the spring is that now we have all that snow that's compacted, so now the drainage isn't working, and now that snow is going to melt, can come into our basement. If we build a house there, we have a situation where we have a nuisance because there's a snowcat going right from our front door. Because if you imagine that that trail's 20 feet, most of it's going to be on our side, or half of it's going to be on our side. There's not going to be much space out in, based on the topography of the lot. Our house probably also going to be fairly close to the setback line. And the snowcat, from what I understand, is going to be entitled to go pretty much up to that setback line. So there's not going to be a lot of space between the snowcat and our house.
Now
I
that's,
think on
that
top of
trail,
that, just
that trail that you're commenting on does not exist on this map, correct?
well, it doesn't, but Mr. Bogosian has told us that he is going to create a trail that will in fact run along the lot line and completely lie on top of the drainage easement that currently does exist in the recorded plans of South Peak Association. And at the very end of this area that spills out onto the street is actually a big drainage pipe, which will be completely blocked and covered by this trail that he says he's going to put in. Again, our deed doesn't note any easements at all for any trails. And we don't believe they exist, but Mr. Bogosian is maintaining that they do. So that's our concern. And it will impact drainage, absolutely, especially if you add 5 more lots and take down a bunch of trees right behind us.
You can also find this if you go out to southpeakresort.com onto Mark Bogosian's own website. And if you go to the interactive map, you can show that he's already representing that there's an access path between Yellow Birch and the ski trails in the back.
It's actually called a ski trail on his map.
That fence is fully got it, so, but it's a totally separate.
Just check on the trail.
Hold on, Paul wants to say something.
Well, no, I'm just saying, I just would like to say that on the application for subdivision, which we deemed as completed, it talks about deed restrictions and easements being provided, and if there are easements for these ski trails or deed restrictions, they probably should have been provided because it says it on the application for checklist. Do you have easements for those ski trails that
We can record the easements for the ski trails. This is a bigger conversation that gets into. Derek, do you want to comment on? I mean, this gets into the declaration of what these ski trails have been from the get-go. So that ski trail has always existed going to Yellow Birch. It's been there as far back as we can see. So it's something as far as a housekeeping item that's been brought to our attention because of people that didn't want people to access through their property. But ultimately, that has always been something that has been ski trails here, but because there's been people that didn't want people skiing through their property, it has been brought to my attention as a declarant that they would like me to record the easements, and we're in the process of doing that.
So were these, the other question I have is, were these ski trails there prior to the lots that are occupied now, the people behind us, were they there prior to them?
It was part of the declaration.
So they were declared that there was going to be ski trails
It was
prior
declared that there
to,
would be ski trails, and there's also drainage easements. All these things are part of the declaration of when these were first, South Peak was first came out, that this was never an issue until people that decided, if you look at the maps, you can see. For example, Bob's house here, the ski trail here, so if he chose to block that off, we're saying, no, you can't block off ski trails. So the homeowners are trying to block things. No, you can't. These are always meant to be enjoyment. That's part of the declaration. If people want to feel better that we're going to make sure it's in an easement, so be it, but I would deem that an HOA. I'm happy to discuss it and go through it, but.
I'd like to be part of that discussion.
Steve,
Okay. Steve, you have a question?
I thought that's why these people bought these places, so they could ski from their home.
That's,
That's a threat.
You don't get it.
But one thing I'd like to point out that Mark hasn't referenced is that the particular area we're talking about that would lie on top of the drainage easement that was recorded on the South Peak declaration, that area was never designated as a ski trail. We have multiple maps, including ones that were recorded that never showed any trail going from the back of our property to the actual Yellow Birch Circle area. He has said he's going to put a trail there that will affect the drainage. It will literally block the drainage pipes that lie at the base of our driveway. And now he's suggesting 5 more parcels that will cause a huge amount of water to be running down the hill into our property with a blocked drainage pipe. So that all is a separate issue. I mean, yeah, there is a ski trail there. I think the real legal issue for us is whether or not, because they never properly recorded it, can they now retroactively do that? I would argue that that's probably not possible, regardless of what the HOA documents say, because that runs afoul of state law, which covers recording of easements.
Okay, we can't advise you on that.
I understand that. I just want to bring up our objection to that. And also this area that we're talking about where he has represented he's going to add a trail will block the drainage easement that was recorded for our area. That is something I think you do need to look at, especially when he's talking about adding 5 more houses behind us.
Okay, Paul?
Hey, Ray. You haven't looked at any of the drainage calculations for any of these lots?
Well, they don't have well, for these lots, no,
Yeah.
they're basically, this is a subdivision plan. We're looking at setbacks, we're looking at size of lot, et cetera, make sure it meets all the lot requirements. We're not, when they come before the town with a land use permit application and they put a building on it, then we look at the drainage on each of the respective lots. We don't look at them during the subdivision review.
If they don't disturb more than half of 55% of lot or 17,000 square feet, there'll
You
be
don't look at it, right? That's
no stormwater management plan required.
Right, if they don't trigger the stormwater management plan criteria, then yes, you can't apply that ordinance, so we don't apply it. The only other thing that gets applied to South Peak is in their alteration of terrain permit and the design of the infrastructure, the drainage infrastructure within South Peak, they only accounted for 4,000 square foot per lot. So if they're over that 4,000 square foot per lot, they have to mitigate that differential between what they're actually putting on the lot. Say, for example, 5,000 square feet, then they have to mitigate 1,000 square foot of impervious area.
Okay. Anyone, go ahead, Carol.
So is there any way to show on the plan the drainage easement that is that something that should show up on the plan? Drainage easement that's recorded?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, he's asking if drainage.
Like shows drainage on every single family house in the entire subdivision.
Well, is there a drainage easement or is it a drainage structure related to their particular lot?
I mean, if I could just interject, this is a subdivision
I don't
plan
know.
for the 5 new lots that they're talking about. So
Right.
putting the drainage easement on the plan, you can certainly do that. But I'm not sure the relevance of putting the drainage easement on it. If you want it, if the board wants it on there as additional information, so you can, consider that during your deliberations and review, then yeah, we can use the applicant.
I think
to
if
put that
nothing
as
else, it just incentivize us to make sure we move as quick as possible just to document the plan.
I mean, I think these abutters' concern is that you're blocking their drainage.
That's the drainage. I don't see how that would be the case. So as far as what we're seeing here, we're happy throughout this process, and we're in the process of looking at this. We'll speed that up to make sure that we get these documented right away based off of what we're hearing tonight.
Okay. Any other abutters like to speak? there a motion to close public comment for tonight?
So moved.
All right, Shows made the motion, Paul second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so town engineer and staff, they haven't reviewed these plans yet.
Yes, we have reviewed it and we have put comments together. I don't know if that's in your package or not.
It's,
Oh, I didn't see any.
The comments came by email. I can't print anything out because the copier is broken.
When did they come?
I don't know, yesterday.
Oh.
Yesterday.
This-
It's been broken for about a week. It just gets more and more broken every day.
Sounds like the microphone system we have here.
No, before we could occasionally copy, but now we can't. But we could print from our computers and now we can't do that either. So
okay,
Fix
So-
that stuff.
want to
Well,
put
have
this,
people here to fix it. and-
we want to wait till the next meeting to make a decision on approval? Or do we want to let the concerns be addressed administratively?
Well, we don't have the comments, so I think I'd rather see the comments before we do any approval.
That's fine. All right,
Can I ask a question on the old configuration of lot 3956 included the paved parking area for the building that was on that site. The new one, the paved parking for the Pemmy Base Camp is no longer on the parcel that contains the Pemmy Base Camp. Is what's
So if you, as you can see, you couldn't even get access to that without coming over the other lot line. So I think the
That's
lot
what I
line,
asked.
yeah, so the lot line were somewhat irrelevant. It was just put in place back then. We're trying to clean them up as we keep going. So we envision lot lines continuing in dense areas of the master plan to continually move around, meaning we're going to need access to get up there and handicap accessibility and different things to meet as we move forward. But it's going to be different, combined. As a project's complete, there'll have to be different easements or different things that are later determined. And I would imagine some of those are going to come up under conditions.
okay? So you would expect a condition of the approval of this to have an easement across lot 3955.
I would say, instead of the easement, I would say certain things are going to be met, like you're going to have the adequate amount of handicap accessibility. You're going to meet ADA required, like different commercial accommodations, because as of today, for example, it's two separate lots where you can't even access that parking without going through another lot.
Right.
So all this has always been in flux. It was just how people are using them. We want to make sure as we move forward, we're doing things that the buildings, this is our first project that's now commercial, ancillary business to the skiing South Peak homeowners, that will allow for certain things to be met during the building process.
See, I would think that that commercialized space between lot 3956, actually, lot 3956 would have to be shown, the access being shown, how it's going to be serviced, how it's, delivery trucks, things like that. I mean, we do that with other businesses. We ask them to make sure that all that be shown. So I would think that if 3956 is going to be a commercialized space, that it would be required to be shown at least access to that lot.
So I would envision that this is going to be an ever evolving project. It will be, right?
Everything we use that way.
So if you look at it, that this is going to be, as things get more developed, there's going to be parking moving, there's going to be things. So we're going to, when we go into the next clubhouse building, I imagine talking about this, is we want to look at this as, we want to say, yes, you need to make sure that there's adequate loading, there's proper space for dumpsters and conditions, because it's going to be a kind of a, when I say a moving target, like the parking could shift, that there's so much land in the 300 something odd acres.
But I think we got to, don't we have to look at it the way you're presenting it today and say, okay, this is what you're presenting today. So show us the access. You're going to change something tomorrow, then and it comes bigger or small or whatever, show us the access then. So
The lot line. Do you know what I mean? So like if you were to, in essence of this,
So one thing I'll point out is a lot of that performance related stuff is part of the site plan review for this.
I understand.
This is
that.
just lot lines.
I
That's all.
understand.
So the lot lines that we're showing here are kind of not related to the use right now. So I think we can talk about access and all that stuff and ADA and all that as part of the site plan
We can do
review.
that. I have no
I don't think
problem.
it's part of the subdivision.
That's okay with me.
Yeah, we can table it for now, but we'll be back to it.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I was trying to get
Get ahead.
ahead of the ball.
I'm
Yep.
with you. So. Okay.
So we can move this on to another meeting?
Yeah, so motion will continue to June 12th.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, let's move on to this site plan.
Just for clarification on the record here. Michael's only an alternate, so he can't vote because we have full board, right?
Right.
So just so we're,
Okay. Right, to just a seat.
yeah, I don't know if he knew that or not, but,
No,
you know. So when there's a full board, they also can't vote. But if Joe goes to the bathroom again, you can vote.
If you were the one with many hours did today.
Yeah, I know, Joe. I hear you, buddy. I'm there with you.
Right, so
Here we go, Paul. Now we can.
Riding over state county.
Well, if we can't, so my question would be if we can't, if we put off the application for subdivision, should we be discussing the application for site plan? Without a subdivision approval? Or should we be doing both at once?
well, let him make his presentation and we can.
No, I'm just asking, that's all.
All right.
I mean, without a subdivision, the application. The other one's kind of mute. My opinion.
Right, so proposed project SPR 2024.
Why don't we,
-2, map 118, lot 39, and map 121, lot 50. Construction of South Peak Club Building for club amenity and lounge at Lemmy Base area of South Peak Resort. Proposed development consists of constructed two-story building, consists of the following uses: retail lounge, food and beverage amenities. Lower level walkout restaurant, 3,400 square feet, upper level 2,560 square feet, upper level 1,070 square feet.
Good evening.
Hello again.
back again?
This is a semi-private boutique 12 restaurant building for South Beach. Amenities are going to include daycare, facility, golf simulator, ski locker, real estate sale, lounge, pool table. Also a full service upscale food and beverage component, so light breakfast, kind of similar to what we're doing at the Yurt right now, as well as full lunch, dinner menu, having events. We follow all the state laws and for opening and closing times. So it's a simple way to put it, it's a very small scale F&B component, really geared towards many homeowners amenities as we could fit into a small space.
You seem to do that a lot. Cram as much as you can into a small space. And.
We must have a separate application for this. It is a separate application.
Yeah, I got 2 copies of the application. Absolutely. Where did it go?
Site plan review right there.
Just had it. Thank you.
Don't have one right now because it's having trouble copying
I got 2 copies.
the site plan. Okay.
Yeah. Application for site plan. Yeah, if they're missing one, they.
The next one's here.
Well, I just put it up there.
Should we go through the checklist first and then,
His presentation and we can.
I thought you did.
We're happy to ask. At this point, I welcome any questions. All other components of this will meet the master plan guidelines. So So all aspects. Active, like, yeah, grab it. So all aspects of this will meet the master plan components from parking, traffic, open space, water, sewer. Zoning calculations.
How many seats will you have?
Roughly or around 80 seats in the restaurant.
Where will the parking be?
Parking will be located on adjacent South Peak owned parking areas.
Is that designated somewhere?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where is that? You're being awful.
So the parking for this and numerous other commercial accommodations throughout the entire project will be located on South Peak Resort property. So we're not asking for off-site parking on other land that we own. That parking will be shifted and altered throughout the process, in keeping to make sure that there's adequate handicap accessibility, ADA requirements are met, as well as adequate amount of spaces relative to what is.
So this club is gonna be used,
Semi-private, so it will be open to, it's geared towards the South Peak homeowners, but there will be components of the general public and potential South Peak buyers or different people that would be able to use this. There'd be like a host when you walk in to say, hi, how many people in your party? And it's really meant to be a upscale amenity that we know that there's not enough South Peak homeowners in itself to, we want to look at both aspects.
I think we need to see where the parking's gonna be, for sure. I mean, and the plan should be, tell how many seats are gonna be in them. And at this time of night, my eyesight gets a little crazy here on me, so. Certainly would like to see the seating number on the plan.
We can do a seating calculation. Make sure you have that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of.
I can give you the number
Struggling
though.
with it a little.
It's faded. It's faded in.
So talk to me about the existing tent.
The
Is that
existing
staying?
tent stays as is.
For
And
how long?
that's something that that is Loon's domain to deal with that existing tent, although it's on our property. They have an exclusive easement for that tent itself that they own and have all the permits to operate. That's where we're doing a building next door that will be ours to now be able to handle and work on, work with.
So I was told, I thought. We were told one time that when your new nest was built, that the tent would go away. That was my understanding.
No, there's absolutely throughout, like whether it's the nest or however we want to say additional, commercial amenities, there will definitely be more than just one. There would be continually adding throughout the entire South Peak plan.
So we have a problem with the existing tent, as you're aware.
So as far as the land around it, and as far as everything that we have our control over, we are happy to address that and thrilled to work with the board as we're on our third application tonight. As far as the tent itself and the operations of that is run by Loon. And that is something that they, when I say they have the right to do that, with an easement we've granted them.
So this board has, correct me if I'm wrong, this board has said and taken a vote that you are the landowner, just like the landlord of a building is responsible for what happens on his property. So you're kind of like where the buck stops. You can tell Loon what they can do, or you can tell whoever they want what they can do on your property. So
unfortunately, there's aspects of the easements there. For example, and I'm not being.
No, it's good.
If I said, hey, I don't want that lift to run today, meaning it's technically on my property, but there's an easement that they have control of what they do there, what they're doing. I'm not able to make commitments for or against or control that, that's something that's in their control, although on our property. And we could get you any documents that would support that if that would be helpful.
Well, it would be helpful, but the structure of the tent is still, it's not compliance currently, so to make that lot into something different would be, on a non-compliant lot, would be a non-conforming lot. You can't expand a non-conforming use.
Anything that has to, well, I guess that, as far as what we're not looking to alter anything to do with that existing structure. We're now going to a different structure. As
It's
far
not
as
the same piece of property.
if we're deeming the property, because there's somewhat of, this gets into kind of a big picture parking, if you will, or however you want to look at it, like the lot lines in some regard would be irrelevant when it gets to the village. Like we can already see this coming down. When we ultimately have a very high density area, according to our master plan in the areas that we're looking at, the lot lines are going to be somewhat non-existent. There's going to be big buildings, then walkways and driveways and general big parking lots and shuttles and drop-offs and gondolas and lifts, all according with the master plan.
It would make sense to me that the existing Femi base camp be part of this site plan approval.
If there's any question that I can address to you, I assure you I will, and I'm welcoming those questions. Anything that's out of my area that I'm allowed to do based off the easements that are previously granted to Loon, I can't control that or commit to that because it wouldn't be against what's already in writing and documented and recorded.
Right. Well, I mean, the town has determined through their investigation, Carol can speak to this, that the existing tent never received any approval. So to me, if you came in for site plan review for the existing tent and the proposed nest, it would bring the lot and everything there into compliance. It would make more sense to do it that way. To fight that doesn't seem to me to be advantageous or to
I
try and
can't
argue with it.
what Loon chooses to do with their exclusive rights with that structure is up to Loon to decide. So what I can do is be here to make sure that when we talk about this clubhouse building on a parcel that I own, I'm going to be able to comment and put conditions associated with it and make sure that you're very happy with what's going on in this structure. As far as what's going on in our neighboring structure that is, we've granted an easement to, just like the ski trails or the lifts throughout our property that Loon has the rights to operate. I can't commit or comment to that. That would be something that we'd need Loon to address with you guys.
I mean, I tend to agree with Paul. I don't think we could approve this unless the Femi base camp comes in as well.
I mean, we yeah.
So is it about
Mark, we've talked about this for over 2 years. And even you said, look, you came in and you're in the minutes somewhere here. I've got them.
I can't comment to Loon though. What we're looking at here is like, I can't make a determination. So if there's easements in place, existing easements in place, those easements trump whatever, like I can't come in here. Let's just hypothetically say, hey, we want you to do X, Y, and Z. It's not part of my agreements with Loon. I can't, in good faith, agree to something on their behalf. I have to have that be the case. So as far as this parcel, if we want to look at different lot lines and saying, hey, we're not even comparing, like the lot lines it's a separate structure. It's a separate building.
So if Loon wanted to, because they own the tent, if they wanted to open up a nightclub with dancing girls and all sorts of stuff in it, you would have nothing to say about it.
As far as our easements go, what Loon chooses to do with those, and we're happy to provide certain language so the board understands that my hands are tied in this regard, right? So I don't understand how that can happen personally, but. So what happens when we give those exclusive easements, they're doing things to just make it so, for example, if you were to put a condition that said, okay, in order for you to do this project, we don't want that lift to operate Saturdays. And I said, yes.
That's totally different than what we're talking about here, Mark.
I understand, but okay, that we don't want that, whatever the ski lodge that they're using in their manner. I can't commit to anything that's we've already granted permission to do. So what I would be happy to talk about is here's what they have the right to do in the space that I've given them. And here's why.
So you granted them permission to build a tent on your property through an easement. Didn't you have anything that says that it has to be approved by the town first or anything like that? There's nothing that says that? I mean, didn't you have any type of conditions that say whatever you put there has to be approved by the town or something?
So
It seems to me to be a pretty,
So let me give you kind of my perspective on the whole thing here, and this is just so we're all on the same page. From my recollection on this, because just to be clear here, we've been operating a tent and we're paying to be able to operate the tent, even though it's our land, right? We're paying money to help operate. So you understand that the permits that we have in place, we've come and Jimmy's got copies of.
Hey, who are you paying?
who are you
Loon.
paying?
Loon Mountain.
You're paying Loon Mountain to operate that tent.
It's their rights and their abilities. They have the right in the permits and in everything to do what is in that tent.
They
as
don't.
far as
have
we're
that. No,
concerned.
they don't have that.
That's just as far as we're concerned in the documents that we have. So I am absolutely happy to discuss the overall site, the nest, anything that I have any control over. I'm thrilled to talk about. Anything I don't have control over, I'm happy to tell you why I can't talk about it, right? But I can't.
Do they have a lease or is it an easement?
It's an easement.
They have an easement to use that square footage of that property.
Correct.
So you're gonna take away their existing pavement and parking area there, that they don't care about that?
No, because there's also, in our operating agreements, there's also other triggers that parking moves around. There's so many different complicated aspects to make sure there's adequate amount of things that I always have to fulfill my obligations to them.
I wouldn't vote for this without having that South Peak tank come in. I mean, we've been over this thing for 2 years.
South
It
Peak
doesn't-
tank?
I said the Pemmy Base
Yeah,
Camp.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought you said the tank.
South Peak.
It's another
South Peak
hot
tank,
topic.
the Pemmy Base Camp.
So how would you recommend as South Peak LLC, not Loon, how would you recommend I handle what I can't control? So if there's an exclusive easement and I were to document and show you that easement, how would you recommend throughout the entire project? Because regardless of lot lines, I could just move that lot line and say, take the whole property, right?
Yeah.
They put it on a separate lot.
That would, if you did that, that would change a subdivision application too.
That's right. I'm just saying, is that something, I'm trying to look for ways forward on the items
I'm
that
trying to give you the way forward is, you obviously have a great working relationship with Loon. I would think South Peak and Loon would come in as one site plan application and get them both done and walk out of here with everything that you need. For 2 years, all we've gotten is the talk, about, you said you were gonna come in and that should come in for site plan and review. Those were your words and.
And I'm here and that's.
No. That's when we were just talking about Pemmy Base Camp. You came in and said that. We're here tonight and you're saying, you know what I told you I can't do. Because we can't talk about the Pemmy Base Camp like I told you we were gonna do and come in.
I'm happy to talk about the Pemmy Base Camp.
I think Joe wants to say something.
Why
can't you get along with one application, two subtitles? Subject to announcement, we make their presentation.
It's
You can't-
It really
have
is.
presentation for your own. Therefore, you both can take it all one shot and then be done with it.
And all Loon has to do is quantify what they have there today. That's all I've been asking for. I don't know about anybody else. I've been the one
Kind of documentation on the problem.
that's how we voted. We voted on it as a board too.
I understand that and I hope the board can understand that I am absolutely willing to discuss what I've committed to, what's in my easement. Here's what I can comment to, and in making sure that there's nothing that's beyond those means. I'm at that point, my hands are tied. Meaning, and if my hands are tied, I want to look at what is the way to move forward. If that is that I have to realign lot lines and do that in that manner, then meaning I want to find the best way forward, and I'm standing here without Loon next to me.
I guess, we've asked you what's inside here, how many seats, where's the parking gonna be? So I mean, why can't you just do that with a tent and we can just move on?
Because
Just give us the information, what's going on, and we'll be in and out of here in one meeting.
I am happy to get as much information as I'm legally able to provide you.
Yeah, we just move on, you know, make it clear the date on your own operation.
What I
Or we
think-
can start that.
Why don't I go forward and do
We
what?
did that, but what we did say was, and everybody agreed, we said, well, is it? Who's responsible here? Is it the tenant or is it the landowner? And this board said it's the landowner that has a responsibility to make sure that their tenant is doing the proper thing.
Jim, I think to your point, I think that might be a good question, because we've been operating it. I think one of the ways forward here, let me look at logistically of saying, here's what we've been doing there. And part of what we can look at is what's already on town record. Pemmy Base Camp at South Peak. This is a plan from 2022 that was received by the town of Lincoln, December 20th, 2022. I'm happy to comment on anything that South Peak's a part of that we can do. I'm not by any means trying to not address your questions and concerns. I'm just trying to do it in a manner that I'm able to do.
Well, I think you can do it. I think you can talk to Loon. I can't understand how you can Loon can build the lift on, at least you guys can work together to put a lift and a base area on your property and not work together with Loon, but yet when it comes to a simple tent, you can't work together to be able to bring that into compliance. It doesn't seem.
You made about 3 years ago, made a presentation, to 10 preparation. We're all done for probably in about half a meeting.
It's not gonna take a lot.
Putting it off, putting it
It's-
off. But now we're ready back to limbo.
And here's part of the reason. Part of the reason is that, so you're here for the nest. So if the nest expands and say the tent goes away, well, you want to be able to know what was the facilities and what was in the tent, whether it's water tap fees or sewer taps or anything like that, because you're going to say, I want to be able to apply what was in there for my new Nest 2 building.
I think that to answer your
So-
question, I'm hearing you loud and clear. Let me work before the next meeting to get as much information to be able to address the tent in a manner that will be satisfactory to the board and allow me to keep moving forward projects.
I think that would be great.
So let me work on getting all
And
that
Carol can
information.
tell you what you need for the town.
Yep, so let me work on getting that together and so that way I can say, here's what we have, here's what we're working under, and this is what's there right now, and that way we can be,
And this thing can go to rest, I think.
I think that sounds great. I think we've got a good path forward. Let me work on that before the next meeting.
The tent, could be very long.
It's pretty straightforward. I mean, honestly, I think I have most of the info, so. I think that's a good idea.
All right, if no one has anything else, we can continue this matter till June the 12th.
Do we need to? Do you need to look at
Sorry?
anything else? Does he need to look at anything else? Does anyone have any other concerns about whether it's access to the building, to the nest, or does it need to have any parking, or does it, I'm just asking. Right.
Yeah, you
I
have to
mean,
show the parking and the number of seats.
So we'll show the number of seats. We are not looking because we're for parking, traffic, all the components that were previously agreed upon in the master plan. I would recommend that we condition that this meets all restrictions are met per master plan. Meaning it doesn't make sense. It's going to create an entire mess for the town and us going forward. If every time we come in, we say, okay, now move this over here and move this here.
no,
So what we're going to say is that it has to, this is a project that is according to the master plan, and that's why it's there.
but isn't this part of what I think what OJ was talking about, or I picked up on a little bit. So when you're looking at the master plan, you get the 1,018 units. This is not part of that 1,018 units. This is over and above that 1,018 units. So you're taking land and you're having more gas,
Water.
more water, more gas. So how the water, all of that, because I know the water part, when the existing tank came on, it was all separate. So does that need to be, is that a question?
So at the moment, we have some guidelines in our master plan that there was a design basis, a basis of design. We're well within that as we're here with these small projects. I, without question, understand and hear you loud and clear that there's going to be a day in which we're heading up against it. And when that happens, we know we're going to need to go back to the select board. We're going to be going, and when that even gets remotely close, we will be quickly in front of that. But at the moment, we're trying to focus as we took that time to step back and focus on the master plan. Now we want to take little bites at this to keep things moving so we can get some components of the amenities that a typical resort like South Peak would have as we're pushing forward.
But so
the answer your question, I think you're looking for a C calculation for this, and I think you're looking for a C calculation next door. And I think you're looking for enough information that you guys can now put that into your calculations.
And I'm also looking for or questioning whether or not, so in the nest building, I see, I looked at it, but you're gonna have some food service and stuff like that. So there could be delivery trucks and stuff. How's all that access work? How does a delivery truck get in there? How does a handicapped person get in there? Is there access to it? Is it a sprinkle building? Does a fire department need to?
So one of the things
have access to it, those are the things that
so because it's going to be an ever evolving project where things are constantly moved, my recommendation of the board is to condition this to say this club building, this nest building must meet all fire code. This must meet all handicap accessible and ADA regulations. Because right now there's a huge parking lot right there at the bottom that when you talk about putting a truck in there for deliveries, it's like, couldn't be easier. When you talk about parking, it couldn't be easier. We want to make sure it's not just easier now, but with this approval, it stays in perpetuity to allow, as I do the next building, I have to keep maintaining it for here. So certain things are always within meeting those restrictions. Because ultimately there's going to be a commissary where there might be deliveries and then it gets split up into numerous smaller trucks that can then go to every area, and that all the trash goes into this one spot that's then determined with compactors that are feeding a hotel, 2 restaurants, there's going to be so much complexity to that. What I would believe the board would be concerned about is making sure we're meeting fire, commercial building codes, ADA, handicap accessibility, all those items, and that those have to stay with it and they can never be altered from a next project.
So how does this work in regards to stormwater management? I see that there's a proposed stormwater treatment. Is it, when you're looking at disturbing 50% lot, is that considering what was already put there, or is that new? And with regards to what we've talked about tonight, is the stormwater coming off the total calculation? I don't know.
So we're going to have to deal with.
I'm just asking a question because we've discussed it tonight.
Well, we can discuss it at the next meeting when we can.
That's fine. I'm just bringing it up because we spent a lot of time on it tonight.
So there's going to be a lot of items that we're going to, whether we need a new AOT permit, a deviation to our AOT permit, we're triggering so much as a larger community of South Peak that there's a lot of things that when we're coming into the planning board to discuss a project, we want to check the boxes, almost like the completion package, right? Where it's like, okay, we know that all your commercial accommodations, we want to make sure that they're ADA. We want to make sure that the proper drainage is calculated and it is within the, the proper permits are both local and state are applied and met, or, so we're looking to keep those things because drainage may change. Where, you look at as these larger buildings, there's going to be bigger drainage facilities. Fast forward to 5 years from now, at the base of the village, there could be all these commercial buildings, some larger buildings, like a smaller version of Riverwalk in a few areas, that there's drainage that is then a retention pond for snowmaking. And, as things progress, what I would ask the board consider is to make sure that the conditions on my approval, that these conditions are continually met, not just today, but in the future. But that way, when we come back and alter anything, we're not altering every permit. So it's not like a chain of reaction, like this permit now alters this one and then this one, and there's 20 in a row. It means that this, in order standalone, it has to stay in compliance. And if it was ever out of compliance, meaning we changed a sidewalk in the future to eliminate an ADA component, we would then be in a zoning violation, no different than anything else down in town. Meaning it gives the town the checks and balances, and all the burden stays on us as South Peak to make sure we're maintaining all of those restrictions that are needed in a commercial accommodation.
So should we go through the application for the site plan review so he knows if there's anything else that we need?
Yeah, we should make it at least accept it as complete or tell them what's missing.
Right.
Yeah, let's do that. See. Scale, not less than 1 inch equals 40 feet, provided. Submit 3 copies of blue or black line prints, provided. Submit a digital copy of the print, provided. Date, title, north arrow and scale, provided. Name and address of the owner and applicant, provided. Name and address of the licensed land surveyor, provided. An accurate plan of the site showing existing natural features, including water courses, water bodies, various types of vegetation, topographical features, and any other features which should be considered in the site design process, provided. Type, extent, and location of existing and proposed landscaping and open space areas, indicating what existing landscape and open space areas will be retained, not applicable. Existing and proposed topography of the site at 2-foot contour intervals, provided. Soil mapping unit and unit boundaries, provided. Floodplain identification areas not applicable. The location of all buildings within 50 feet of the site and the location of all intersecting roads or driveways and utilities, water, sewer, electric cable within 200 feet, provided. The location of all building setbacks required by the land use plan ordinance, provided. The location of district boundaries, including wetlands. The lot area, street frontage, and the
Where are the setbacks?
setbacks, number 12.
Yeah, no, they're not on the plan.
Oh,
Setbacks are
Oh,
on the
actually
plan.
they are.
Setbacks are on the plan.
Yeah, they are. Yep. Yep. They're a little lighter than the
Yeah.
other ones, yeah.
See him?
Getting late.
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
okay.
shit. It tends to be that way when you guys come in.
Okay, so
You're gonna have to bring pizza if you're gonna keep coming like this.
We got a few more subdivisions coming in this next week or
the
two.
lot area, street frontage, and the requirements for minimum
Bring
lot
steak
size
then.
provided. Location of off-street parking and loading spaces with the layout of the parking indicated.
I think we need to,
They put
that-
not
that-
applicable.
yeah. I think we need to,
You know, you talk about, you might be changing this in the future. And I understand that if you're gonna, you know, expand this building or move that or whatever. But the blanket statement, that blanket statement, theoretically, you could eliminate all the parking at South Peak, get rid of that whole gravel lot and put a hotel there. And then say, to get to the South Peak lift, you gotta go up the new lift and ski down to it to go skiing there, so everybody parks down at escape route. And while that might, I wouldn't like it, but might be okay for the skiers, you would have no place to park for people coming to this as a club or a daycare center or anything else.
That's correct.
we need
So-
to deal
so-
with conditions today.
I guess, I think
That's what we would look, that's what we're actually planning on long term. If you look at this though, from a plan of development, there's a lot of things that will do that, right? So if you look at what this is, we are in the process of additional shuttle systems for all the homeowners this is geared towards the skiers that are coming in and out. That there's ski and ski out lots, there's lift access, there's a lift that lands literally right here.
right there, yeah.
You know, then the ski trails that we were nicely discussing a little while ago, you ski back to your house. There's a lot that is going to come in here that the reason I'm not trying to just, like, it's very easy for us to say, great, here's this big lot, here's boom, here's spots, right? But the concern is what we're doing is setting ourselves up for an extremely messy future. So one of the things we did on our residential count is we use a nice table and shows, here's what we have. If the board so moved, just say, hey, we'd like you to document, here's how many seats are, here's what their things are, this is what we have. That seems totally reasonable. But for us to locate exactly where it is, then the next one's, all right, this subdivision, because some of these subdivisions are coming right behind this, could separate out different land. Now it says, okay, now that this moves this, and then this loses these 2 spots, and those spots go over to here, then that's gonna ultimately, like, it's a chain reaction.
I understand that, but I think you gotta deal with what you're applying for right now. And then when it changes, the documentation is not only in the minutes, but it's recorded on the plan that says you're taking these 5 lots from here and they're now gonna be over here.
What I'm
So I
proposing.
mean, I think, dealing with what it is right now truly makes it easier for me as a board member, but it also, you can reference from plan to plan how things change,
So
from
some of
parking
the-
calculations to access to anything.
So some of the parking calculations and the parking restrictions that Loon has, it's on.
They don't
pro-
have any.
Right. I mean, what I'm looking at here is that in an easy effort to this, what would be the easiest thing to do is say, okay, I'm going to go to where the parking is going to be in 20 years, show where it's allocated and start allocating in that dirt lot. Don't put it in the dirt lot that we know is right down the future. So what I'm trying to help us with here, as we're coming forward, I understand we've got to answer questions on the 10. I understand that we need to understand how many seats there are and what's the golf simulator area and all those details for the board to be able to look at. What I'm asking is that if we have to start getting into locating every single item that's constantly changing on a bigger parcel, it's going to be equivalent to if every time a tenant changes, you have to come in and do a whole, like, it's going to be a very complex, like we spent probably north of $100,000 on phased parking for this South Peak project, where it's like, okay, when this happens, then this, when this, then that. There's so much that goes into it with shuttle drop-offs. And now, right now, we have 2 shuttles as of next season. Then we ultimately are going to have 7 shuttles. And then there's going to be, here's how we're doing this club with what we're doing a drop-off and pickup. Here's how we're doing this with small SUVs. As we're doing things, we understand we have to maintain spots to accommodate. But what I'm recommending and asking is that we don't get so specific that every time you do it, and we say, we're here to talk about project them to this, and it also means we're altering the permits for this one and altering the permits for this one and altering, and it opens up 12 other previously approved projects with our next one.
Unfortunately, that does happen. But I mean, you take a look at this year, for example. I've lived in town a long time. I think there's a lot of other people who built here longer than me, but first time I've ever seen Loon with a no parking on site available sign. The traffic was everywhere, parked everywhere. But there was just no room in town.
There was no room in the tent.
There wasn't enough room in town for the people to go to skiing and go to South Peak. That's the first time I've ever seen that. So, and there was a lot of people that were very unhappy about that. So, when you come in and talk about these things, our responsibility is to say, you know what, that did happen once. We need to be site specific and make sure that whatever discussions we need to have are had so that that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
It just can't happen like that.
I had food for thought. If your development trying to put it, you don't have to have everybody on the street coming to CBT area. You just can have our homeowners be there and separate everybody out. Because according to the agreement they had with the Providence area, of course, there was Blue Mountain Town. So many tickets available every day to people off the street. To go ski Loon. This past winter, we rented out some condos. People have rented out a week, 2 weeks, a month ahead. To get there, they could get tickets for 3 days before they get it. They had to do it online. That means they take me off the street, get a ticket to go skiing. That means the constraint of the Forest Service agreement, they're a violation of it.
so that would be a question for Loon Mountain, but as far as we're concerned with this space, we understand that there's going to be well in excess the amount of open to the public spots that are on our property to allow to, more than accommodate what we're proposing for this project and several in a row. Ultimately, again, I could see there being a future for us. Fast forward 10 years from now, we're on year 3 and we're on our first small little commercial space. So 10, 15 years from now, I see us at South Peak running into an issue. And when that day comes, that's why we purchased a lot of other.
I wouldn't wait 10 or 15. So.
But so what I'm pointing out is that the parking restrictions and what we're looking to do, we're looking to actually make it so the people that are already there, maxing parking, the homeowners that are already there, the people that rented that condo now have the ability to come to a space to get lunch, get dinner, and whether they're walking from their houses, whether they're taking a lift, whether they're taking a shuttle, or whether they're parking in these enormous parking lots, they can have additional facilities and services that were part of that South Peak Resort.
Well, what you're making here is you're proposing to build the Nest, which is a facility that can be used by homeowners or people off the street. So what you're effectively doing is have the possibility of adding more people to that side. I'll just call it that side of the hill, Loon Mountain, but South Peak side. They already don't have enough capacity to park what they have now. Because there was times when, like last year, they were just full and the town was full. So
Well,
when you look at it like that, I look at it and say, okay, Mark, you want to build this? That's fine, but just show me where the parking is, show me where the access is. Because when Loon Mountain comes back in, for something like a new governor's lodge or whatever they got, first thing I'm going to say is quantify the parking that you have. I want to see what you think you have, because I'm not sure they have enough for what they have now.
well,
I'd like to see it.
what I can tell you is that we see the need. The need is for the existing spots that we have, parking, take parking, for example. We have hundreds of existing parking spaces for residential components in the South Peak Resort as it sits today. Yep. Correct. And Rip, what I'm saying, we have that parking as well as hundreds and hundreds of spots for the general public that is not for our homeowners.
Where?
That is, there's the big lot over the bridge, the lot when you're in here. So
Wait a minute, the big lot over the bridge.
what
I don't understand.
Escape route.
Huh?
Escape route parking lot.
So what I'm saying is the people parking there are going to be the ones that are like this. We're not suggesting that this is not open to skiers. We're trying to actually do exactly what you're asking for, Joe, is make sure that this is an item that if people are parking in that parking lot, there's hundreds of cars right there that they can come in and get a wood-fired pizza. That we're not looking to do anything here that's outside of the master plan. And we're doing it in a manner that, to what you're saying here, is it's not just, nope, this is just for the South Peak homeowners and this is what it is.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about parking, and you can talk about the escape route parking all you want. That's double selling the parking space, because the people who are parking there are up there skiing.
But where are they eating?
I don't know where they're eating, and I really don't care. They could be eating in their car for all I care. But I'm saying that car that's parked there is going skiing currently. And what you're trying to do is have more available commercial space that it's going to be available for not only the residents that are there and the skiers that are coming there, but it could be people that are off the road that want to come there.
So let's talk about this from a bigger picture than this property, right? So let's fast forward to when full build out, right? So we have 1,018 units, there's hotels, there's parking for all 1,018 because it's all part of our site plan review. So it's all done. We've got a gondola that we come in front of the town to make sure there's access for people so they can get access without parking.
That doesn't come in front of the town.
No, I'm saying it was approved. Picture all this being put forward, right? It came in front of the TRC, like all these items that are happening, right? Once that's fully done, one of the things that is a crucial component for Lincoln and the community of skiers is that there's facilities in addition to just beds and skiing, that we're going to need some of the other skier services. And that's why it's always been a factor in our master plan. So we're not looking to overburden that. And at the moment, we have a very simple plan in front of you. But as that's happening, we're going to have, call it thousands of parking spots in South Peak to accommodate the minimal level of commercial accessory uses as part of this project.
So you say that, but I'm envisioning, okay, so now it's built out at 1,018, and you're talking about these other commercial or industrial, probably commercial, facilities, whether they're storefronts or whether they're restaurants. That,
We need additional parking for them than the residential.
oh, right,
You know, why don't we
okay.
just make
Whoa,
a,
whoa, 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 wait a minute. So when you have all of these. And they all decide to come out on the main street at once. They can't take it now. Where's it gonna be? I mean, you know,
So
those things are.
good, good
That's
point.
that's the problem with what I see and hear about. I stood out there trying to get reelected to this planning board. You wanna know the one biggest question that almost everybody that talked to me asked? When are you gonna stop the building in Lincoln? I said, I'm not gonna stop the building. You guys got to live here too, but everybody's.
So when
Not everybody, but I gotta tell you, there was a lot of people came in, OJ, you heard them out there. They were asking that question. And I said, look, we don't want to stop any of this, but there's a lot of people that are very unhappy, Mark.
So let me nicely tell you that when I come, I have some nice commercial lots right here that are not anything other than next to the entrance. Right across the street from us, there's a hotel that was proposed. I'm not sure where that stands. I'm looking at doing long-term major employee housing or another potential hotel component. When I come for that project, I expect and would be shocked if you didn't ask for a traffic study. You didn't ask for all these things to be addressed. That would be totally normal to say, wait a minute, this is a big use. This is another project. When I'm here to talk about South Peak, when it comes to our build out within our master plan, we've checked that box of traffic. We've checked that box of parking. We've checked all those boxes. We're only trying to fulfill what's in our master plan. But as far as the rest of the town's concerned, you guys are aware that we're committed beyond South Peak. So when it comes to those and making sure there's access from everybody, whether it's the gondola or whether it's all the other land or whether it's the other businesses from where Alpine is, there's a major concerns and that I've mentioned to this board many times that we'd love to get involved and help with that bigger picture traffic. But when it comes to what we're doing here, things like this Nest building is, in our opinion, not, even though it's not part of all this, it's only going to help to be able to have people be right there. They're already there. It's not moving around.
I don't have a problem with the Nest at all. I don't really. I think it's a pretty nice looking building personally.
hold on, Joe wants to say something.
Thank you.
Right now, after 10 o'clock, going off the subject.
So,
You know, I'd like to get out for a couple hours, go a couple more hours, whether you do what I like, what you don't like, that's not deciding what we're gonna do next meeting.
okay,
Well, we were talking about the checklist.
let's make a decision.
Huh?
Should it require the location of off-street parking and loading spaces with layout?
I think it should be provided.
Steve,
What we doing?
should he provide information on the parking? OJ?
I would say it'd be helpful to provide, what is the current available parking for these buildings? And the discussion would ensue that it might not stay this way, but when things are moved, they're either replaced with parking somewhere else, shuttle systems, additional gondolas coming. But just to have that discussion should be part of this application. I think there's ample parking over there now.
I think that one thing that you're bringing up that could be a great solution here is what I'm looking to do, because I'm not looking to go anywhere as much as people always worry that that might be the case. I'm trying to create something that we can get a decision ultimately that we don't have to come back and modify the decision every time we do anything else. So if the decision said, hey, this parking is located, there to be 40 spots located at the PEMI base area within, but if spots are moved, they are going to be adequately, relocated on site, like things that are allowing us to not, I just don't want to fast forward 10 years from now and say, all right, I'm here to do another building. And we have 14 applications that are redone and we got to go back and this one does this.
Oh, you won't do that.
Can I suggest, can you put that on here like that these are the current 40 spaces, whatever the number is for the Nest. But as part of the approval that those can be changed to other locations, provided that there is adequate transportation to get people to this site.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now that we're putting it and saying that I just want to keep it open-ended enough that we can do it and show you guys that, like, clearly right now you drive up there and you can see this enormous parking lot. Like, we're only better for, like, what we're doing here is actually adding over here, a true curb cut, true handicap access, a drop off, like we're doing things to make that much.
That enormous parking lot that you're referring to has been full a lot. So I mean, without adding the nest. So it's not like it's never full. It's full quite often.
Right, I guess what I'm saying is when that is full, this is why we're full at everything's full. You know what I mean? Like, it's
And
not
as
like.
OJ says, then you gotta having something that says when that enormous parking lot is full, we're gonna shuttles that's gonna come from here to there.
Yep.
No,
So
I'm
at
not
least it
saying that.
addresses those issues.
That's not what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. You're just saying that we have the ability of moving them when there's adequate
If you
shuttles.
move the parking spaces somewhere else, that there would be transportation to it. If the parking lot is full, let's face it, you're not gonna run a wedding in that facility on President's Day weekend on a Sunday while people are skiing.
No,
You're gonna be busy with people skiing and they're gonna have somehow
what's the-
got to Loon Mountain. And I mean, I might have,
Where's the additional parking spots gonna? So this is a clubhouse. So when the people who live at South Peak decide, let's go park in that parking lot. So at the end of the day, so they take their car from their house down to South Peak and they move it up into this parking lot. Well, it's already full. It's supposed to be full of skiers now. So now you're trying to double sell these places because you've got parking spots that are there for skiers, parking spots that are there for the homeowner that comes up, parking spots that are there for someone comes off the road. And then you got help, and then you got so where are all these additional parking spots coming from? Is Mike? Where are they coming from?
it's same.
where are the additional people? Aren't those people skiing?
Yes.
People are buying
You're
a
assuming
million.
that they're all skiing. How about the one that? How about the wife that comes up because the husband's skiing? She parks over here and wants to go into the nest. How about the person? As he said, that's why I asked, who's it going to be for? Person comes off the street, or it may be a prior sales. You know, someone's
I would
going to
just-
buy one that you're going to have. So that's what I'm saying. You need to address those because if they can't park there, you're gonna be out here parking on a main street again.
They're not gonna drive from South Peak and park on Main Street to walk over. I mean,
I didn't think
I
people
just
would
don't
park
think
on Main
these-
Street to go to Loon Mountain
They
either.
live
They
in
did. They
South
walked all the way over to South Peak.
Right, but I just don't think, I would like to think it's gonna be so great that people would walk all the way up there to get a pizza, but I'm nervous it might not be the case. I think that right now, what I'm trying to do here, and I like that we're forging this together, I'm trying to use this project as a jumping off point for everything else we've got coming up, right? In the commercial, when we did our first residential project, you guys said, hey, get a table. Now it's easy. We come in, it's like, here's our unit counts. We got it. It's just part of it. This is a clear example where we can just start to look at it and say, it's 80 seats. There needs to be 20 spots for that. Here's where it is. Here's where they're located. And if we ever move them, there needs to be adequate transportation to accommodate it, like period, whatever it is. And then
That's all I said. That we
let's
were
move it
talking
forward. So I like it. I'm on board for it. I'm on board. I'll listen to that loud and clear. Let's move to the next one.
Okay. So you're gonna provide that then? We'll be done by 11.
I hope we're gonna be done by 11.
All right, so we're almost, all right, so he's gonna provide information on the parking. All right, location with curbing and type of access ways and egress ways provided. Location of all existing and proposed deed restrictions, covenants, etc. provided. Surveyed property lines showing their deflection angles, distances, radius, length of arcs, control angles along property lines and monument locations and names of all abutters provided. If the development is subdivision, and lines and names of all proposed streets, lands, and ways of easement intended to be dedicated for public use, all subdivision regulations shall be provided. Plan views for all buildings, either existing or proposed, with the use, size, location, and floor elevations indicated provided. Typical elevation view of all existing and proposed buildings indicating their height, signing provided. The type and location of solid waste disposal facilities not applicable.
That needs to be provided. If they're doing food service, it needs to be provided.
What was that?
Are you gonna have a dumpster?
Yeah, if you're gonna. However, you're gonna deal with your solid waste, if you're gonna have another dumpster there, you're gonna use the two that are behind that Loon owns. Are they gonna let you? So
I think that what we would do is make sure that this is, again, I mean, there's so much ample space to say where it's going to be. I think that this would be an item that is similar to parking, the
We
traffic.
make, Mark, we make everybody else do this. It's not, we can't reinvent the wheel just because it's South Peak.
No, I just want to be clear that.
So just tell us where you're
it's
gonna
move
put
it.
your
So
dumpster.
here's where it is right now, and then in the event it moves, I'm just trying to make it so it's open-ended that I don't have to come back and say, we're moving the parking again, or trash again, we're moving the trash again.
We don't need to know if you're moving a dumpster, but it needs to have one. So just tell us where you're gonna put it.
Yeah, to show you have space for.
Yep.
Okay. Location, size, and design of proposed signs and other advertising or instructional devices not applicable. Stormwater drainage plan showing the existing and proposed methods of handling stormwater runoff provided. Direction of flow of the runoff through the use of arrows provided. Location, elevation, and size.
I didn't see that.
All right, let me read it.
Directional flow.
Location, elevation, and size, while catch basin, dry wells, drainage ditches, swales, retention basins, and storm sewers provided. Engineering calculations
Jim.
used to, I heard you, just gonna run through this and we'll talk. Engineering calculations used to determine drainage requirements, all right. Can you show us that, please?
So on this plan, because we're not doing a large, we have a building and a little bit of walkway. We did not do an elaborate drainage plan here.
Well, that's okay, but it says it's provided.
Well,
So
the,
putting on.
it is shown on the plan. That's where the drainage is going. We show where the roof runoff is going to be routed to. There's a note on the plan that shows the area where it's going to be going to. The sidewalks are just going to be sheet flowing off, and we'll have to, discuss with Ray on how we're going to do treatment, but it'll probably just be stone drip edge, something very simple. Is how likely those are going to be handled. So there's really it's not like parking in road and whatever. There's not really an elaborate drainage design here. So we know we're going to have to work through some details. I think, again, our argument would be for the purpose of the checklist, I think.
It was for the purpose of the checklist, so.
Yep.
Because I didn't see it, so. But it says it's provided.
Size and proposed location of water supply and storage facilities and provision for future expansion of a storage and water facilities not applicable. The size and location of existing and proposed public and private utility connections, including provisions for fire protection provided. Location and type of all existing and proposed lighting for all outdoor facilities not applicable.
So
Go ahead.
when you get to 25, that size proposed. Location of water supply and sewage facilities, typically what shows on a plan is. Where the water is coming into this building and where the sewers and what size it is, so that. The public works, the town public works guy would be able to. Have that, so I would think that. Is that on here? Am I missing that?
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah,
on
we
there.
didn't show the water service or
We
the
didn't
sewer
show-
service on the plan, but we can do that. It's
Yeah.
easy enough.
It
Yep.
should show that, yeah,
Yeah, we'll just have to identify on the floor plan where to tie them into the building, but yep,
that's fine.
we can do that. Not a problem.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yep.
Look to use that evening. We be running on the problem, we're building on the evening for the function,
Yes,
so why is it, we should have a lighting plan.
I'm happy to provide a light.
What
Okay,
did you say wasn't provided? It's not applicable. It is applicable.
yeah, it is applicable.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Copies of all applications submitted for applicable state approvals and permits, not applicable. Performance guarantee or bond. Say that's not applicable here.
I don't
Would
think we need
agree.
one for this project. You?
What'd you say?
I don't think we need a performance.
Yeah, I'd say
guarantee
no.
for This, no,
There's no.
Okay.
so that's a not applicable.
Illustration of effect on pedestrian and automotive circulation, not applicable. I don't think that's,
I think that's should be provided. Pedestrian, how it's gonna. We do that with other,
Show the sidewalks around it.
Yep.
okay.
that's fine. I think that should be provided, so.
Illustration of fencing, walls and buffers, not applicable. If waivers for non-compliance to DOT construction specification for roads, parking, streets, drainage and bridges will be required. So it's not applicable.
I think
All
that's
right.
it.
Does anyone have anything else? We want to wait till next meeting to accept the application. as
I would,
complete.
and give them time to get that.
Great.
That information in.
What we need to do. So I'll work on getting all these things and presenting more items for the next meeting.
So is there a motion to continue this till June twelfth, 6 p.m.? Joe,
Second.
Paul, all in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Big pizza next time.
We can't bring the pizza until we build the nest.
They said, there's only one pizza place left in town, so you can just play it there.
Mark Stiles is on next. All right, conceptual for Mark Stiles. Hello.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi there.
I haven't seen
Again?
you since Valentine's Day. Yeah. Oh, it's
Thought
past
you're
my
gonna
bed.
change again.
No, I'm just wondering when we can expect the written notice of the decision.
Oh, we have it. It's right here, all signed.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, because I had to push the demo guys off again, so they're coming now on June 5th. So that's good. So there's what, 4 points that we need to kind of come to terms with: architectural, lighting, easement, a couple of other things that I just want to make sure we're all aligned before I take the next step and tear that building down.
So site plan review approval granted with the following conditions. Submit final architectural plans with list of materials showing the siding,
Have that not
skirting,
back?
et cetera. Staff to finish technical review.
Yeah,
Provide.
what does that mean?
Having Ray and I, go over the plans. Right.
Yeah, just to make sure the plans comply with the ordinance or what was approved.
Okay.
Provide recorded easements for access from Maple Street and shared parking on 155 Main Street, map
Yeah.
115, lot 65.
Yeah.
Time to obtain legal opinion from town attorney Dennis on whether a subject lot is a landlocked parcel and whether retaining curb cut mitigates that.
Was that resolved, Carol? Okay.
To you and, his opinion, and it's attached to the appendix to the.
They submit lighting plan that meets site plan review regulation requirements to be handled administratively. Obtain sign permits for each and every sign as needed.
Yeah.
Leave the existing curb cut from New Hampshire Route 112 Main Street.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what
Okay.
saved you on the legal opinion.
I can't hear it, Carol.
I said, keeping the curb cut is what saved you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. So I have a further ask. So, I think June 5th, well, we have a demo permit right now. We don't have the land use permit yet because we have those contingencies with you all that we want to get, fulfilled. In the meantime, after I tear down this building and I clear the landscape and pretty up the site, I would like to move that container onto the site and offer up some more housing while I'm waiting to build the rest of the project. So I wanted to, kind of figure out what that process would be and poll the board as to, like, during progress to utilize that residence and rent that out. Tie it into the water, sewer, and utilities. And
You're just gonna set that on the lot and just kind of build the rest of the project around it.
well, no, we're going, so that unit is proposed for the second floor. So we'd be building everything off site. So we'd be coming in with everything and put it all together in one full swoop. So most of the construction, once we start that construction, it's all going to be done off site. So there won't be any ongoing construction other than to put the Legos together and plug it all in. But in the meantime, that could be months now because we haven't started. We wanted to make sure we had everything lined up, and to mitigate, I'd like to be able to utilize that. So I wanted to see what the board thought about that.
I mean, it's just like you're putting a mobile home on the lot. That would just really require the land use. Well, he's gonna anchor it and put water and sewer and electric, so it's.
Right.
Nation,
It's not a sales location.
Well, no, it's just a mobile home, I would say, and then regardless how long he uses it. It's up to him. If you wanna say
If
it's
it's-
temporary, it's only 185 days. I mean, is there anything that restricts a mobile home on that lot?
Don't have restrictions for the home.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, did it because it was, could be, it'll govern.
Yeah, I know.
Right, it's just,
is there a restriction on?
Can't
Prefabricated?
hear you, Joe.
Sorry?
No, it's a single family house. It's a single family
So
house,
this-
right?
Just use a land use permit.
Right, we consider mobile homes, manufactured homes, those are all single families. It was approved as a multi-unit mixed use, but with several, four different residential units. If he puts one there and stages the building as one and then grows it into four eventually, is there any restriction against that?
My question. So are you gonna let him do it, leave it there for 5 years?
Well, I think that's enough time on.
Well, I don't see what purpose that would serve.
What's your timing on this?
Great question. Probably. Well, you know how construction is. I don't want to guess, but my goal would be by winter time we're together, and so this is this is utilizing it during the summertime, probably into the fall, and then we'll stage and set it up before snowfall. Hopefully, that would be the goal.
Would you be willing to commit to that, having it done by winter? Because you've been in here 2 or 3 times and changed your mind already, so.
Well, let's
Well, he's withdrawn his
You have a habit.
site plan.
well, let's
You have
agree
history.
let's agree to disagree. There's been a lot of there's been a lot of cooperation with those decisions here.
So would you agree to have it just until winter?
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree to have it, is if you're allowing access to create a habitable residence to rent out, I would agree to do it until October and then stop the rental and have
Is your other off-site fabrication products going to be done by then?
I hope so. But you know how construction is, you know how busy things are. We get pushed to the end of the line on demo because we're not ready. So there's holdups. There's human beings involved, and there's a lot of different things that can happen. But the goal is that I'm in there on by the fall, fully fabricated.
I don't see any problem with doing what he wants to do,
I don't
because it's
think
already
we need to
approved
put a
anyway.
time limit on it, but that's up to the rest of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with Jim on this, is that basically he's partially constructing the building
Right.
and finishing it later.
Right.
Now, typically the site plan review things have 2 years. I'd say if it lasts longer than 2 years, you'd need to come back in. That's my opinion.
We could
But
ask
I don't want to prejudice the
I
site
mean, you gotta
plan.
put
by-
water and sewer to it, so.
Right. I don't want to prejudice the site plan that's been approved by then putting on, 1 unit, I guess is really the procedural question. So if you see it as process, that's how I would see it too.
I would agree with that. Anyone else have any thoughts? Okay. All right, so a land use permit to build put the one section down. And, his site plan approval runs out in 2 years, and it's his responsibility to ask for an extension or otherwise.
Sweet.
That's the way the regulations run, so yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
But does the 2 years start from the
Hold on.
time he puts that one unit on? Or does the 2 years start from the time?
It's probably today when I get that notice of decision, right?
Yeah. Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep. Yeah, from today.
yep.
Great.
All
Always
right.
a pleasure. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Good night, everybody.
Night. All right. Any public participation?
I have something. I'd like to
Is
bring up.
Ray still needed? No,
No.
Ray can go. Ray, we're all set here. Ray, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah. All right. Any other business? Paul?
Can we get somebody to take minutes for us?
I mean,
Between the
can-
video, and I was serious, but I talked about this with OJ. Between the video that goes out and these damn things that don't work every now and then, whether it's a battery or whatever reason, Make-
What do we got back on?
can't we go back to having somebody here taking minutes? I mean, it's ridiculous between all the different boards and committees and stuff I mean, Board of Selectmen, Planning Board, Budget Committee. I mean, these things just mess up enough all the time, and they just, it's not reliable. I mean, and we have the ability through the planning board to hire whatever we need to fulfill our obligations.
Do a separate recording, do another recording. That's for a secondary backup.
Yep.
We have a board. Before we did on the recorder.
Handheld recorder.
I mean, the thing goes off. I mean, the facts are we're having longer meetings, and we are. Who knows how long that's gonna go? Hopefully not forever, but we're having longer meetings. So now the thing kicks off at 11 o'clock. So, I mean, we really, for all the reasons,
Long way to go, 300 more acres. So if you can develop the entire river.
yeah, no, I'm not, look, I'm just saying that it's happened more and more, and it used to be so reliable when we had someone. I know it's difficult, OJ, to get somebody, but whatever it takes to get somebody, I think we should look at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I guess. You want to ask?
What's that?
Not even answering.
Well, if she's interested, look, I don't care who it is. I just think we need to get somebody that will take the minutes for us,
I mean, the question is when someone says hire something, like, who are you gonna get?
Well, we'll have to,
Who's taking minutes?
whatever it is, the planning board should be able to put out a help wanted ad on wherever, through the papers, through the whatever, and ask them what they want for pay and ask them what how, if they're available, and if maybe they can do more than just the planning board meetings. Maybe they could do the board of selectmen if they wanted to do it.
Right,
I mean,
give
so-
Jane that does the minutes.
Yeah, Jane does it. 'Cause, yeah, the board of selectmen has somebody there. We don't. I mean, we have Carol, but she's so darn busy doing stuff for the meeting that she can't do that. So,
Jane.
She,
She's welfare person,
yeah,
the HR person.
yeah, no, she's not available.
oh, so just if there's someone available who wants to do it, huh?
How long does it take, like, what we got this week? That's a lot.
Well, they have to.
Well, someone has to do it anyway. Someone does it. anyway.
5 hour meeting, they have to listen to it for 5 hours.
Yeah.
And then pausing it to type and notes and all this, so. If they miss something, they gotta replay it. It's,
Right, but by someone's here taking minutes, they're taking the gist of it, and then they only get to skim through that to get whatever else they need to get off it. So, I mean, it truly, and if it's not available, at least you have someone there that when a tape runs out, they can still keep writing.
I would suggest we just put it on the town's website, see if we get an application, then we can discuss it.
Put a 10 o'clock limit on it.
I agree with that too. I mean, nobody here likes, I can tell Joe wanted to get going too. I mean, we've been here till 11 o'clock there some nights, wouldn't it?
It's
Here we are tonight.
almost 11 tonight.
Yeah.
Asleep at 5:30, had to rouse myself to get down here for 6.
Yeah, Never gonna be all by 7, we're gonna go more, 2 more on.
Yeah.
If they're not gonna do it.
So I mean,
One more.
maybe that's the real issue. Maybe we should put a time limit on stuff. I don't know. I'm just bringing this stuff up because it seems like we're going longer and, I look at some of the things and my eyeballs get a little foggy about 10 o'clock and we're starting to look at some of the plans that are a little smaller. You go, what's that say?
I show, kind of show it right there.
So I'm just bringing it up so we can talk about it or think about it and come back with some solutions here because it doesn't seem to be getting any better
I mean,
one way or the
that
other.
would be my suggestion, just put it out on the town's website and see what's what.
Does anyone else agree or disagree? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fine. I mean,
Yeah, let's just do that.
all right.
All right.
Can we look at doing lesser hourly, saying it's only gonna go till 10 and then we'll just continue it to another night? We do something like
You're
that
not
too?
gonna, it takes the same amount of hours to get through the application, so you're just gonna have.
more meetings.
More,
Yeah.
well, it's more meat, but it's more meetings, but
I,
they don't let, so I guess that's the question. Would you rather have one meeting that goes to 11 o'clock or two meetings that you get out at one, you get out at?
I'd rather,
Do 2 meetings.
I'd rather have more efficient meetings where we stick to the topic at hand. I mean, tonight we got off track,
Several times. And I did that
Numerous
a little bit
times.
too, but
all right? And then limit the amount of just irrelevant comments or funny things or whatever and stick to like, okay, are we talking about parking? Then let's talk about parking for this project, not for the whole world, for this project. And that's what we just keep going off and like we're going up the funnel and
That
making
was the
things
applicant that
bigger.
was doing that too. wasn't
Well,
just us.
we should have,
he tends to, right.
we egged them on. All right, not egged them on. We started that
quizzed them.
expanded conversation. And we should have limited it to that. What is that
But
project
everything
need
gets so general.
tonight?
This project got very generalistic because it ended up being, well, we don't want to get nailed down to anything. So then it goes off way over here, Right? I mean, isn't that where?
Sometimes it's necessary, but a lot of times it's just, we.
And the other thing is, and I don't, again, Carol, don't take this wrong, you're busy, but you pick your minutes up on Monday and typically I'd rather have them on a Friday because I can study them over the weekend because I do study these things and look back. I do a lot of research on these things. But if I get them on a Monday, I don't always have a chance to kind of look at what I want to look at before it comes to Wednesday. I got Monday and Tuesday and then Wednesday.
I get it. So if there's something you're not ready to vote on, we
We talked about this last meeting somewhat. Yeah.
move it to the next meeting.
But
I mean,
I hate to do that because then if it's only me that's studying stuff and the rest of you guys want to do it, then that's not fair to you guys.
Well,
either, so.
you'd be, 4 people would say yes and you'd say no. It's way it would go. I mean,
plead your case and we'll either agree with you or disagree with you. And if
That's
there's,
the way it goes anyway.
yeah, but that's it. I mean,
Yeah.
second,
all right, all in favor? Aye.
aye.
Check your microphones off. See if those.
Please.
Save those batteries. That is pretty battery, man. Those.
Crazy, right? Yeah, they.
But we have our own every meeting. Get it?
Yeah, I changed them out in the apartment with this 3-story. They started because they started. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, but the great mistake is I